Vincent?
I can't hear you.
Vincent.
You
I
understand?
don't know. Vincent?
The Financial Crimes Enforcement Network?
Yeah. That's the paper that we have to have in by the 1st of the 25th.
Yeah, you can get a FinCEN ID and use that for your certificates of beneficial ownership that you hand out to all the accounts that you've ever opened.
Yeah.
Even HOAs have to abide by FinCEN and the BOI, beneficial ownership information, BOI. I'm learning because we're in a fight against this HOA. Tons of bitches.
Is there what do you do with a W-4 sandwich that has not had a reply? Just gone.
You never get a reply. If you get a reply, you did something wrong.
Oh, okay. So I'm like 6 weeks out, and I've never done it before. So what can I expect?
Nothing, unless you did something
Hopefully
wrong.
not a reply.
You're just reporting. You're just reporting the corporations employing the Social Security number. Because they're using the Social Security number without paying the taxes, leaving you with the liability to pay the taxes on all the pass-through credits that went through that account, instead of them paying the taxes for all the transferee taxes for all the credit going through that account. If you don't report it, you pay the taxes. If you do report it, they pay the taxes and you get that credit back through the 1040 process. Capiche?
Yeah, could you explain the 1040 process and getting the credits back?
When you go online to the Free Tax USA online, when Holly did hers, I'm years behind. When Holly does hers, it auto-populated for the credits. But it should be in the taxes and payments section, around 35 or something over there.
What did you say online? 1040 online?
Free Tax USA.
Free tax.
You keep copies of all your W-4s, right?
Yes.
Good. Yeah. So scan them. Go buy a scanner, scan it in. Keep it electronically, because paper's a pain in the ass. And all the only thing the IRS needs is for the W-4s is not the originals. They just need copies.
And then you send that, you do that, and then the IRS sends you tax credits?
There's no sending the tax credit. They're accounting the W-4 withholding in the transaction report on the back end. The transcript. Holly had 13 million in tax credits.
How did she access the tax credits?
She died.
Well, that's unfortunate. How would someone that didn't die access
Talk to the
tax
IRS
credits?
about it. I don't know. We didn't get that far. Talk to the IRS. Derek Gonzalez went over. Went over and asked it. What? Derek Gonzalez went over to a car dealership and asked him, "Can I acquire an automobile using the 1099A process?" And they talked to the guy for a while. He says, "Nah, that just won't work." He goes, "What if I have tax credits?" "Oh, you have tax credits? Oh yeah, you get a car today. Just bring in the proof and your transcript." Holly had negative 13 million, which is credit, on her transcript for that year, 2021. Oh yeah, just bring in the proof. Yeah, you get a car. Credits are easier to spend than cash.
I'm pretty sure you could pull them down with a 1040.
Pull them down when what?
With the 1040.
No, they're not going to turn it back into cash. It'll stay as tax credits. And it rolls over. You do the 3115 that Eon talks about. I think it is a 3151 or the 3115 form. You go from cash to, I forgot to tell people that. You change it from cash to accrual. By default, it's a cash accounting instead of a accrual accounting where it rolls over. The credits roll. Eon has a video about the
Yeah, I've seen
accrual.
that.
This is okay. So that's make
Yeah.
sure everyone does that. I should have told people that. Yeah, people are saying the W4 doesn't work. I go, what would be work that you would recognize as working, first of all? No one ever can tell me when they say, oh, it doesn't work. They say that phrase, but then they can't substantiate their assertion. It's so funny. What would be work that you would recognize as working?
Well, where would you
oh,
see the credits? I mean, could you access them on your transcript, or are they on the non-master file?
you can get your transcripts every year online.
Yeah, I know. They ignore me.
I don't know how they ignore you. It's a computer, and you click on a link, and it shows you your transcript. I don't know.
They
how
only
they
send
ignore
you. They only send you. You know, they don't. They only send you the public side.
Well, then go. I don't know what you mean by that. Holly had hers. It said 13 million in credit at the top. I don't know what the private side is. I don't even know what that means. The transcript.
Smoking Baby, how does that work for an account that has two people on the account? Would each person have to do their own separate?
Yeah, you can split it up. Someone else did it jointly, and they split the credits between the two of them. That was in the success room. They got blown away by Holly's fucking brother. I can't. Fucking dick. Piece of shit. What a degenerate. Yep. What else are you guys dealing with? Is keeping toilet paper on the toilet paper roll? Is that about it? Any nasty letters? Anyone bugging you?
Do you have any experience with like contract modification, SF30s, payment performance bonds, anything in that field?
No, I did an SF30 on a traffic ticket, but sent it off to DOT SF30.
And did you do did you do a payment or performance bond with the penal sum to discharge it?
No, I just did the SF30. I think a repudiate. I'll pull it up. I have to go see it. It's been 5 years. 5 years? Yeah, it's 5 years since then.
And what was the result?
Went away.
And you sent that to the Department of State or
DOT.
the DOT?
There's a DOT form, so I sent it to DOT. Why? What'd you do? What'd you get? What did they say you did, Johnny?
Nothing. I'm just investigating. Like, where would you send like a contract modification for a court case? Would that be to the clerk, or would that be to like a comptroller, chief financial officer?
What are you trying to modify?
Well, the theory is that the court case is a contract, and when they create the court case, they create bid bonds, payment, and performance bonds.
Behind the scenes, yeah.
Right. So my theory was to discharge a case with the penal sum and liquidate the bonds if that was possible to close the whole thing out.
Well, they're in adverse possession of decedent in the state property, aren't they?
What do you mean by adverse?
The property they're holding on to belongs to the estate, right?
Right.
Okay, so that's the disputed ownership fund. They're thinking you're an accommodating party or someone else, so you go in there. I need to do it too. I got the estate motor vehicle, the automobile out front. The executrix didn't update the tags, and I got a ticket back in March, and it was the 2nd of April, not the 24th of April, so I didn't go. So there's a $684 collection thing coming in, and it's not even my car. And so I need to go in there and spend a whole day of my life next week sometime. Go in and talk to the prosecutor. And I have a document from the from the estate saying that the only use of the automobile is for consumer good use. That's all I can use it for. And then I'm going to go dig into the disputed ownership fund with the prosecutor. So, well, what's the true bill on the disputed ownership fund? It says I need that for tax accounting. The disputed ownership fund is under Title 26. If you type in disputed ownership fund, the Title 26 thing. And so, as attorney in fact and trustee for the principal with the beneficiaries known, I have a duty to report to my principal. So I need the true bill for the disputed ownership fund to properly account to my principal, the Internal Revenue Service. And if they give me pushback, I'm not going to argue with them. It's okay. Well, I'll just put down 20 million. Well, I'll just assess 20 million when I report the alternate valuation of the estate, and the estate's in the bundle of assets. Well, okay. Well, I'll just assess 20 million unless you have a better accounting, and because I have a duty to order, keep records, and report. And I'm sure we all wish to be in voluntary compliance with the Internal Revenue Code, don't we? So that's the disposition I'm taking, because I have no intention of violating the Internal Revenue laws. And then I'll W4 it. They've already monetized it, so I just have to account for the withholdings.
Well, there's also a pretty cool piece of code that there's a 1414 is a surety bond, but you don't want to use that because you have to sign an affidavit attesting to being a U.S. citizen. So there's another piece of code in Title 31, and it's a collateral security in lieu of surety as an obligation of the United States. And you pledge it. So you put in,
Why? Fuck you, nigga. All right, man. The fuck out of here. He has to know he don't.
What's that?
No, he don't.
Noble.
Pussy. Damn.
What's going on, Noble? What's that about? Yeah, the 14, 14, 14, 16, and 14, 18. But the problem is they've already monetized it. You already had a pledge. This was whatever citation was already the pledge or whatever. It's already been done.
District attorney called upon a witness so many times she lost her job.
When you met with the DA's office, you met with them so often that you actually lost your job.
Easy.
It would
There we go. I muted him. I don't know what he's doing.
Yeah, but is there a way to do the accounting to see if those bonds are still being traded on any funds, and if there are?
I guess you could. My issue is to report to the IRS. That's what I'm reporting. So I just come up with a stipulation of the value in the disputed ownership fund, and report that stipulated value. Either they tell me or they stipulate the mine, and send it off to the IRS with a W-4, citing the stipulation. And I'm gonna get the prosecutor's business card, of course. And I'll just make a declaration.
What was that piece of code with the disputed owner fund?
Go look it up, disputed ownership fund. I forget which section it is in the Title 26. It's an escrow account.
So you don't, your position is that they would be already depleted and they're not still
don't know what-
active?
I don't care if it's active or not. I just know anyone with actual constructive possession of decedent estate property is a fiduciary liable for the tax under 2002, who tax on the alternate valuation of the estate under 2032, for the tax liability by the transferee under 2603, who must be bonded under 2032 AE11, because there's already a special lien against the estate under 6324. So that's my piece of the action.
So what's your thoughts on, when a case is, a judgment has come down or the case has been decided, they always stay on the record for eternity. You don't think that those bonds are continually being traded on different funds? And if so, would this be the way to close out the contract?
Find the Chris, go to Chris and see if you can't find the QSIP number and do a 1099B.
Is there a way to like public records requests to see if those are available from like a revenue department or something like that? Would they give that kind of information?
It's in the Chris system. I don't know. I haven't dealt with it, but the Chris system's there. So that's where the bonds are being, that's the inventory. The Chris system is the inventory, and that's why someone has a rap sheet, because their bonds are still sitting there, because if they have, that's the criminal's inventory. It's his bonds, and they haven't claimed it yet. We'll talk about claiming something later. And so it still stays on his rap sheet as a public record, because he hasn't come in, I think, do the 1099B. And then the IRS should kick it. Another guy, Vince, did a 1099B on a $35,000 Jeep loan with a QSIP number, and the IRS kicked back, and the IRS filled out an OID with the total amount of $110,000, and that $110,000 went on a 1041 as a federal withholding. So the 1099B shows the barter and exchange, and so you bartered your time for that rap sheet. So the 1090, I think the 1099B would be one way to go. I'm just talking off the top of my head. I've never had to do
1099S would actually transfer the title, though.
I'm not talking about
B is
title. I'm talking
barter.
about okay, yeah, you're right. But the barter, yeah, but there was a barter for time for the bond. Yeah, his time did the bond, so there's a barter there. So I've never used the 1099S for anything. Sierra. You have 1099F, fines and fees.
Thought that was a 1098.
Okay, go look up. Never mind.
No, I'm gonna look it up.
Yeah, but
You don't think you could do a contract modification to liquidate those bonds and get them and close out, complete the contract, and to extinguish it?
You maybe could. By extinguish it, it's yours. You earned it.
No, but like the contract would be liquidated and it has no business. It's dead. It's like void ab initio at that point.
It's still on the inventory list of your rap sheet. Title and social. That's not it. Where is my? What are you kids doing? What are you kids doing? What are you kids doing? What are you doing, sweetie? Huh? Plug in my phone.
How many cats you got?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Oh,
think of 11 at this point. People
Oh
keep
my
abandoning
God.
them. They keep coming over here.
They love you. Aw.
Yeah. There we go. Phone charging.
So must be jealous.
Oh, they do. Yeah, they get jealous of each other.
So do you think you should do the contract modification directly with that contractor, or would you maybe boot that up to the Treasury?
Again, I don't deal with that at all. I don't deal with that at all.
I don't either. I'm just playing around with the theory.
Are you trying to clear your rap sheet?
No, I'm just, I wanted to clear all the minimum contacts of my life and, old credit cards or, bank accounts or anything that, had a contract with, into cleaning up all of the things that I had out there throughout the lifetime.
Well, I'll go over that. How to bring those accounts up to now time credit using this in the Jack in the Box video. You come here. You come here. Got the Sears card.
Yeah, but that still doesn't. I was looking for the closing out the contract, and in theory, when you would liquidate it, it would just kind of go poof, and it was like it never existed.
No, the debt. Well, it never goes away. The debt is always accounted. All we can do is balance the books, making the balance zero on either side of the ledger.
Oh,
Debt
okay.
can't go away because that's how much credit. They make the debt go away. They will be getting rid of they were making our credit go away. It's our credit creating the national debt.
I just thought that was a way to do my part to bring down the debt.
W4 lowers the national debt.
Okay.
Public debt on one side, my private offset on the other side, and it moves that credit from their ledger to my ledger. That's why Holly had 13 million and 174 million the following year. 22. What do you guys want? It's not time to eat yet. It's not time to eat yet. Smell? Okay. Crazy cats. You crazy cats. They act like they're starving all the time. Yeah, because the surplus of all these things get thrown into CAFR funds. It's like the shock absorber. CAFR funds start holding all these accounts to balance the books because everything has to go to zero every night. And then if you look at the CAFR funds, there's always a refunding bond in all these CAFR accounts. There's refunding bonds out of them. And how you get the refunding bond, I just went through and looked at it. So there's ways they pull funds out of those CAFR funds, but that's not on our side. That's on their side. Treasury agents and things like that, whoever runs the CAFRs.
You mentioned the CRIS. I've never been on it. Does the public have access to CRIS?
I've had people, I know some people who had gone to jail and it's in a box someplace where you have instructions on how to go look around. You can look around in there, type in your social, see what pops up.
And what about is CAFR like a state insurance or assurance fund?
No, it's a comprehensive annual financial report.
That's the big one for like DTCC.
No, it's the local schools, the hospitals, any governmental things. They all have CAFR funds.
Okay.
Needful building.
Even these little nothing agencies, they all have CAFR funds out there. I'm not sure how to access them. It's just interesting to see the accounting.
Yeah, I would like to see the like do a request for accounting for public funds, or at least try to find the QSIPs and then get a a Series 7 to look it up for you. That way you would know what's on the contracts.
Once you have the QSIP, you just do the parties on the 1099B, Holly had when she got her transcripts, there's all kinds of CUSIP numbers, and she started digging into them, and they had put a lot of her credits into stock trades, and she had started moving the stocks over in her name, and they were opening up all these accounts and all these different corporations, Microsoft, across the board. I don't have her paperwork though. But yeah, on the transcripts that Holly had, another guy had like 300 pages, all kinds of CUSIP numbers all over the place. I forget who he was. But, yeah, the transcripts are interesting.
So you would talk to, you know, what you'd mentioned, the prosecutor, and you would say, hey, you know, what is the value in here? And if they don't answer you, then you just suggest that you're going to stipulate to this and create something on your own.
W4.
Yeah, because, you know, it just sounds reasonable to you to come up with this number.
Yeah, 20 million. Yeah. There was a guy, someone had gone to the Bloomberg terminal, and they got like a 3 mile an hour over the speed limit ticket, and or 2 mile an hour, something small like that, and it was $3 million on the back end.
Question for all attending. Has anyone had success with that method where you acquire a CUSIP on a court case and are able to, like, you send in a request, whether you hand a letter to the clerk for the judge and all involved in the case for the OID, the 1099s, pretty much tell them to fork up the accounting on the money made through the securitization of the court case.
The
On the court.
1099B takes a CUSIP of them. The IRS kicks back to the OID. Vince did it, and the IRS kicked back the OID filled out by the IRS.
How long did it take?
I don't know.
Well, so no one's tried that method where you before your court case, you try to shut it down like that?
Try to shut it down.
Pretty much you ask for the accounting of the performance bond, the I think it was the surety bond, and the 3 different type of bonds, and
bid bond, performance bonds, and bid bond, performance bond, and I think it's bid bond, performance bond, and payment bond. Yeah. So again,
so these are in the CRIS system, court registry investment system.
Could be. It could be. Derek goes in there and talks to the judge about the disputed ownership fund. He doesn't even talk about the facts. So before we talk about any facts, let's talk about the disputed ownership fund. And the judge starts going.
What fund is this? Can you say that again?
The disputed ownership fund. It's part of Title 26.
Title 26 disputed ownership fund.
Yeah, just type
I've never heard.
Just type a disputed ownership fund in Google.
Gotcha. So go ahead. Keep going. You were saying something.
I'm not a bonds dealer. I'm not a treasury agent, all that stuff, but I am an IRS agent. We all are. And so the disputed ownership fund is what I'm interested in. What's the value of being held in the disputed ownership fund? I have to account for that on the W-4 because my Social Security number created that disputed ownership fund. That's where the funding came from, and I have to report it to my principal, the internal IRS, not the Internal Revenue Service, the IRS. They're not the same thing. IRS is not the same thing as Internal Revenue Service. They're 2 different entities.
Oh, so would this be to the Internal Revenue System or the IRS?
IRS, always IRS, unless you engage in Title 27 activity.
Gotcha. I just had something that what was it? Pretty much. Okay, here it is. A financial interest in a case would not be the best interest of justice regarding that matter, so it must be dismissed.
I don't know what you're talking about.
All right. So if the prosecutor, the judge, have a financial interest in the case, would you agree that that is not true justice?
Well, it's a conflict of interest, yeah.
Yeah, conflict.
What
So has anyone
what are they
gone through
coming after
that
you for?
or?
What are they coming after you for?
That's, I mean, that,
What'd you do?
what really matters is
What did they say? What did they say you did, Johnny?
Johnny hasn't done anything until proven.
So
But
what did they
I'm
say?
trying to learn for myself.
Did they put Johnny in jail?
We're gonna play
Nope,
confession avoidance.
not at all, not at all.
Okay, and I'm not sure what. It's hard to deal with a problem that's not really a problem, or some
Well,
problem
well,
with some substance to it.
if there's a court case, that's a problem. If there's a court hearing, that's a problem.
What do they want? Fine?
Well, they
Jail time?
want,
Were you
they
arrested? Were
probably,
you arrested?
nope, never arrested. They probably want some dividends off that CRIS system, court registry investment system.
Yep. Okay, I can't deal with
For all
this.
I know.
Talk in real world terms, please. None of this abstract stuff. I don't know what they're after.
Are
I
you?
don't know what they say you did. Is a traffic
He's
ticket?
asking you to
Whatever.
be transparent.
I don't really care what you did, but, or they say you did. Let's say what they say you did. First of all, the birth date on your driver's license is wrong. It should be the original recording date. You can go and correct that record. That the birth date's incorrect. We need to correct the record. Here's the original recording date. This is the proper birthing date that needs to be applied to the record. That can short circuit a case.
How would
So has
you
anyone?
pass the firewall of a gatekeeper, the agent at the DMV when you tried to present that date, and they're like, "That's not the birth date."
Would you just do a change of address with that?
Well, change of address is different. You could just put it down. What happens? What happens when you just put down the original recording date? See what happens then. I'm not asking permission. I'm putting down the factual date, and then if they want to reject it, then I'll go up to an administrative hearing. I wrote to my Secretary of State, and of course you have corporations, partnerships, you have trusts, and each one of those different types of entities have different times when that, like a corporation, is a corporation alive when they do the articles of incorporation, when they get the seal, or when they have the registered agent. Same thing with a general partnership or a partnership. Is that when the partnership agreement is signed, or is it when the tax ID number is assigned? When does the general partnership become alive? And the other one was what's the other? A trust. When does a trust become alive? When the trust indenture is signed, or when there's an acceptance by the trustee? And I said, so essentially, I asked her, when did this state agency, what is the quote unquote, I put in quotes, birth date for this state agency? It was the birth certificate number. And she said the entity is valid. I have it not in front of me. It's been 3 years since I wrote it. Is valid when it's recorded in this office. So it's the original recorded date. She used the word recording. So I have that letter from them. So if I go off to an administrative hearing, I say, this birth certificate tied to the under rights to Social Security card had a original recording date, which is the birth date of the agency, is this date here on the certificate. If you don't have the original recording date on your certificate, birth certificate, California requires that you turn in an application, and all around the borders, right, confidential copy requested. You turn it, confidential copy request. I did that for a friend of mine over in California, and the bottom area that's usually blank above the seal and everything, there's a little blank area, that's filled in when you get the confidential copy, and it shows the original recording date. Because what happens is when we use the living birth date, which is the birth date on the birth certificate, when they use that birth date and put it and link it to link it with the agency birth certificate person, well, that creates joinder between the living and the dead. It creates a general partnership. So correcting that record would be good to do.
But isn't
You can
that
even do
double
it.
hearsay?
It's a separate issue from they will do what they do, whether it's hearsay or not. They will continue to create a general partnership presumption because the living birth date's tied to that state agency, which has a different birth date. So correcting that record would create a separation, along with a power of attorney creates a separation. But if they would do a rejection, you can go to an administrative hearing, and determining what happens at the administrative hearing, you could then go to the Social Security Administration, and I think it's a HA 520 or 502, an administrative hearing with the Social Security Administration. I'm going to bring in my letter from the Secretary of State and saying the date on here is false and misleading, and it's an incorrect record. The person, the birth certificate, which is the person underwriting the account, has the original recording date of this particular date, a month later for me. And the record is incorrect and is causing hardship by their presumption, presuming a general partnership between the living and the dead, which I'm forbidden from doing. I'm not supposed to. What's it called? Don't something about the dead in the Bible. What was it? A Nazarene can't touch a dead body, and let the dead bury the dead. I can't remember. So I can't be associated with the dead.
The rule of like kind, fiction to fiction, man to man.
But there's something in the Bible talking about have no communion with the dead.
A God of living, not of the dead.
Yeah. So
Was
that's
to
one
have no
defect.
communion with the dead.
Have no what?
Oh yeah,
Union with
it's related to like witchcraft. Like you can't be trying to like have like a sort of contact with the dead because it's considered like some sort type of witchcraft.
Necromancy. Necromancy.
Yeah, I'm not before my computer to look it up. I'm outside.
I FOIA'd my SS4, and God bless my mother. She checked the U.S. citizen box, so I was going to correct that. Would you endorse the signature block as grantor, or would you put beneficiary or beneficial owner?
You doing an SS4 for an EIN or an SS5 for Social Security?
SS5.
Well, there's two SS5. You have the SS5. If you go to the table of contents for the Social Security Administration, type Social Security forms, there's a list of forms. At the top, you have SS5, and you look for there's another SS5 further down. That's SS5-FS parentheses outside the United States. So the FS one is the one I'm using to correct my record with the Social Security Administration outside the United States.
But how would you qualify the signature?
I don't know. Who do you want to be? What capacity do you want, Johnny?
Well, Johnny, I'm conflicted because it could be the grantor, but also the state could be the grantor. And
Yeah,
I thought if you did grantor, and then when you got the Social Security card, then you could sign that as the beneficiary, or just get it all done at once.
Probably with a grantor trust, the trust is taxed as if it were the grantor. That's the problem with a grantor trust, as opposed to a non-grantor. There's also a non-grantor trust as a grantor trust. That one. If you go to Investopedia, you can look up capacity. I want you guys to do a little work on it so you can, because as you go look around, you'll see how many different capacities there are, which we should all want to occupy on the DBA. If you do a DBA, you want to capture all those capacities so nobody can slip in and occupy one of those capacities, like an attorney could slip in. To protect the real party in interest, there's this open vacancy at this particular office, this capacity. So I capture all my capacities on my fictitious business name. So it'd be like baby, smoking, as trustor, trustee, trust protector, conservator, guardianship, guardian, custodian, all these different capacities.
So when
capture
you
all
do
of them.
that, you know, I was trying to come up with a way to get the correct endorsement on the driver's license.
I use my power
And
of attorney. I'm the power of attorney, so I sign it with my power of attorney squiggle, my signature. And I have a different signature for each one of these capacities.
well, I thought it would have been a good idea to avoid confrontation, saying, well, you can't sign like that. You know, you need to sign this way or that way. And if you had that fictitious name registration and those capacities there and was granted the name, then you had that as evidence. But you're saying the power of attorney works.
I'm not granted the name. I have a relationship with the name that I determine by the different capacities, and I use my power of attorney signature, the certificate of validity signature. So so when I do my squiggle, and that's my squiggle to be as the attorney in fact. Related to that driver's license. I'm the attorney in fact for this driver. When you put me in
Why
jail
wouldn't you
because the
want to
driver
be
did
the
something,
beneficial owner and not have to deal with the legal title?
the attorney doesn't go to jail for its client.
Neither does the beneficiary.
The beneficiary has no standing to do anything.
Right. Yeah, you're right.
I know I'm right. You can agree with me. You don't think to declare me right. Only God declares who I am. It's funny. So in the public, I'm always generally always the attorney in fact out front. Now, and there's different accounts. You could be different things with different accounts. You know, whatever type of account you're dealing with, we are dealing with. Right now, I'm trying to get my. Go ahead.
Do you actually write ATTY dash in dash fact or POA?
My squiggle that I squiggle is the same squiggle on my agent certificate of validity accepting the appointment to be attorney in fact. So I just put my squiggle down there, which is the squiggle for attorney in fact. The fact that they don't know what the squiggle is, this is a separate issue, but I could have my documents. See, here's the squiggle attorney in fact right here. See, they match.
Well, I've been running into, as I've been cleaning up minimum contacts, and you know, my signature has evolved. That, you know, they want to reference the driver's license to see if the signature matches. Have you ran into that problem?
Get a new driver's license. My squiggle matches my attorney in fact squiggle. Yes. Dive into Investopedia and see what kind of capacities are available out there. You know, just Google around different capacities. That'll be nice.
Yeah, I got into the W8, you know, forums in Investopedia for the first time, and they had pretty nice write-ups. It was very detailed and had links to everything. I was going to check that out more.
What kind of capacities were there? Or you just talk about how to use the W8, W8
Yeah,
IMY, W8 BEN?
Yeah, just a preliminary investigation.
So that's your homework assignment, boys and girls. Dive into capacities. What are the possible capacities? And the universe of possible capacities. You want to capture all of them. That's why the foreclosures happen, because they have Mr. and Mrs. Smith, comma, husband and wife, fictitious name, and the mortgage, even though the mortgage is bogus, has the borrower name, and the borrower name is not recorded. It's an unregistered fictitious business name, and the people who bought the house, who never got a receipt, who never accepted the grant, who went ahead and signed as the borrower, that fictitious business name, never recorded their fictitious business name, capturing all the capacities. So an attorney slips in there to protect the real parties and interests, and because those capacities aren't occupied. So an attorney can step in there and claim to be the the trust protector or the, trustee, or there is a trustee, and any number of things, the guardianship, conservatorship, all those different ships, the custodian, so capturing those capacities, recording that run, register, fictitious business name with all the possible capacities, cuts them out of the deal. And then you go ahead and just terminate the trustee, do an H8, collapse the, cancel the mortgage through a quiet title action. You don't argue it, you get a quiet title action through a declaratory judgment petition on the rights, duties, and obligations of the parties, rights, title, interests, duties, and obligations of the parties for a quiet title action, setting up the facts as you want them to be with a negative averment, putting the other parties in default. And now your facts are the facts. That I never received a loan. The mortgage is not in arrears. Would be the only two real things you would want to worry about for a quiet title action. You could even state your intention is to complete the H8 or H9 and to cancel the whole deal. Everyone goes back into their prior positions and made whole. But what would that entail? That the promissory note that they're holding on to by the promissory note holder, who used that promissory note as a conduit loan for a secondary loan from the servicing company that created a retail installment agreement. That promissory note, which is a signature in blank, should be signed over to the servicing company balancing the books. So the promissory note, which is one half of the conduit loan, and the servicing loan, which is the other half of the mortgage servicing contract, you just move the power of attorney over to the servicing company, and the balances it, and everything goes to zero. Calling the whole thing off. Because one party's holding one piece, the other party's holding the other piece. It's split. So moving the accounts, moving accounts receivable over to the accounts payable, or moving the accounts payable over to the accounts receivable, zeroes out the accounting. But it's always good you need to get a declaratory judgment. You can't argue this in court because there's no facts. The declaratory judgment sets the facts. The facts as we want them to be. Let the record show, let the record show, let the record show. I don't know if you guys have ever done the negative averment process. Let the record show. I've seen no facts or evidence. Putting the other party in default by not responding, rebutting your affidavit point for point. And when that happens, you take in that the certificate of dishonor over to the small claims court, hand it to the clerk. They'll review and see if you did it properly according to the APA, Administrative Procedures Act, and if it's done correctly, the clerk takes it back to the judge, and the judge issues a declaratory judgment, awarding you the facts. Now you have facts to actually go into Superior Court and get a summary judgment. Or you could send a declaratory judgment to the note holder and say, hey, you and the servicing company get together and zero out the account and return the surplus, all the payments I've made, return those to me. Remit the remainderment. Give me back all my payments I made, plus interest. Does that make sense?
Could you can you touch again on disputed ownership funds? This is the first time I've heard about it.
Did you look it up in Google and see where it is in the code?
Yeah.
It's an escrow account.
Uh-huh.
So they don't know who gets the funds. So it's a disputed ownership fund. So if I come in as attorney in fact and trustee for the principal with the beneficiaries known, the trustee needs to be availed, immediately produce the securities to make the beneficiaries whole, and make the securities immediately available for collection at the counter clerk immediately.
Oh man, that's a good way to find out who the trustee is.
I don't care who it is. I just want the securities. I'm the trustee. So as attorney in fact and trustee for the principal with the beneficiaries known, I've taken 2 to 3 seats, leaving them holding the bag to cough up the goods. I stole 2 seats. Trustee and beneficiary. There's only the trustor that has to cough up the goods to make the beneficiaries whole. That's why I like being attorney in fact. What's your name? Well, as attorney in fact and trustee of the principal of the beneficiaries now. Da, 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 da. Why I need your name? Attorney in fact will do. No, I demand your name. Well, my name is private, but I'll grant you the use of the name and all liabilities associated with it. Do we have a deal? All liabilities for the next 30 days, all liabilities associated with it. We have a deal? Oh, okay. Attorney in fact's good. Makes sense. It's always better to, before ever going to coin, to
That's
handle everything
ballsy.
by declaration. Well, but I am the attorney in fact. They don't have any authority. Where's their authority to act as attorney in any capacity? I'm the attorney in fact. You guys have no capacity whatsoever. You guys are in adverse possession as a de facto administrator. I'm coming in as attorney in fact and trustee for the principal and the beneficiaries. No, I need a full accounting. I need to be availed and produce the securities to make the beneficiaries whole.
Who would the
Immediately.
beneficiaries be?
Doesn't matter. I will never tell. You will never talk about who the beneficiaries are. That is sacrosanct. No one's business who the beneficiaries are at all. None. Zero. Nada. Zilch. Nope.
They stay private.
That's private.
Asking for the accounting kind of puts in a bind also.
Well, but I need the accounting because I have a duty to order, keep records, and report to my principals through the Internal Revenue Service. And certainly we all wish to be in voluntary compliance with the Internal Revenue Code, don't we? So in furtherance of my duties, I require a full accounting to apply the transfer taxes to the proper parties. I certainly don't want to cheat the government out of their position as a priority under 31 USC 3713. The United States has a priority claim, and I certainly don't want any funds pirated to a third party offshore in Bermuda. That's where the lawyers, that's where they put all their offshore ill-gotten gains, over in Bermuda, owned by England. I don't want to move money pirated and moved offshore to Bermuda. That would be terrible. Piracy is a death penalty, by the way. And I forget what it is. 9/11? No, that's U.S. citizen. I forget what the piracy Title 18 code is. So I'm always in there just as the agent, with duties to order, keep records, and report. That's who I am, and the attorney in fact. It's kind of funny. I mean, the idea of capacity, when I first started learning about it, was something I had to wrap my brain around. And so once the idea of capacity comes in, then I'm cloaked in that office of attorney in fact. I don't exist. The office of attorney in fact exists. I cease to exist.
Vestment, right?
I can't hear you.
Vestment. They divest us, yeah.
And that attorney in fact, you can claim any capacity anytime you want.
I can claim any capacity anytime I want anyway. Attorney in fact is just one of them.
Yeah, but you know, if you're the power of attorney, then you can assign, you know, you can change the capacity. You have evidence that you have the ability to do that.
No, I'm a man. I could sign an affidavit and they can't. So
Well, I mean, you know, I've had a judge say, well, what's your evidence that you're attorney in fact? And I had to have, you know, I had one on the record.
sure, I have my power of attorney over there, but there's other capacities, custodian, all the things, and that's why it's that fictitious business name. I have all those capacities written down there, but I don't need permission. I just seize that capacity.
Well, some of us weren't as prudent when filling out capacities in the fictitious name.
And now you know about it. And now you
Yeah.
can do over. You can do a do-over, Johnny. We get do-overs like in kickball. No bouncies. Do-over. I like do-overs. They're very few. You have very few do-overs in life. No bouncies. I haven't thought about kickball in a while. Yeah, what was that thing? I don't have my phone. About to doing business as, I have to go pull it up. It's really interesting. Doing the DBA is very powerful. It was in some, it's called the trustant. One of the capacities of the SEDK trust is the trust, ENT, trustant. That's one of the capacities of the SEDK trust. And with part of this whole blah 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 was about the trustant, and it had something. The very first, I can't see it in my head right away right now. There's some Illinois law talked about the DBA. I have to go find it when I get back inside. Done walking the kitty. So yep. I have to go find it. Put it in the room. Yeah, because they don't know who you are. That's the other thing. I keep telling the people to write down. Someone said, "Who are you?" What would you write down? What would you have written? Who are you? That's a struggle. You guys need to struggle with that with fear and trembling for yourself. What would you say? Nope. I know what I would say, but I'm not going to tell you that. You guys have to figure that out with fear and trembling. Because if you can't say who you are, they'll tell you who you are, and you won't like it. That's one thing I got out of Rourke's class. And when I went to Rourke in 2015, I finally got it. It says, well, by what authority can I do these things? Rourke says, you're a living man. You can sign an affidavit. They can't. They're all dead corporate fictions. They can't sign an affidavit. I can. I go, oh, that's my authority. The fact that I'm an inbreathed living soul, conceived in the mind of God before the beginning began. I'm older than all of you.
I have a question in regards to if the notary public that was at the table we find out that they were not a loan signing agent. That notary, because I heard you say that prior. How do you go about that?
You could go to the clerk. The clerk's supposed to check and see if they're a notary signing agent, and it voids the whole packet. So you would go in and bring a quiet title action to have the whole transaction void because the clerk recorded a fraudulent document that doesn't conform with policy, and therefore void the whole thing and remit the surplus. And I'll just retain the interest. I would tell her to move the accounts payable to the accounts receivable, zero out the account, clear the lien. We can convey the title free and clear.
And this is also the clerk?
And the clerk's liable.
Okay. Even if it's after 30 years.
So what?
Even if it's after 30 years, the notary?
Well, if it's past 30 years, did you claim your beneficial stake in the servicing company? You're supposed to die. Well, you got all the 30-year accumulations?
Actually, yes.
That was a big check then. Your 30-year investment at whatever percentage rate. That's a big chunk.
SmokingBaby, could you repeat what you said in regards to the notary signing agent conform with the policy?
Yeah, certain states require special notaries called notary signing agents to actually do these mortgages because they have a higher bond, and they're supposed to give instructions to the people signing these documents. There's certain instructions they get. Make sure that I just got my $100,000 bond as a notary signing agent. I haven't done the class yet. And the last class I did was like 12, 15 years ago. I don't remember what it said. There's certain things that we're supposed to instruct and question the people signing the document and make sure that they know what they're doing.
Yeah, I'm actually one of them myself. That's why I was bringing that up. That we're supposed to actually we're actually left alone with the client instead of the broker.
Yep.
We have that much of a liability over us, especially with the E&O. So,
But yeah, we have our the clerk has a much higher fee for pockets. I can't cover a $400 or $500 million house, but the clerk can.
and is it even better that he's the comptroller as well?
I don't know. The clerk I just know the clerk is the one that wasn't. If it wasn't a proper notarization, the clerk should have rejected it. They should check in the system to make sure that a proper notary.
Because we got it certified. Like when I went to go look at the to get it out of the recorders, just to get a copy and have it certified.
What?
To get the warranty deed or any of the paperwork when they certify it, when we ask it to be certified, aren't they supposed to check if the notary is
before
they say they are?
Well, before they record it, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And is it the bank's responsibility or is it the grantor?
The clerk's recording it. The clerk is a bank. That's where the deposits are. The clerk's a bank for all intents and purposes. Recording after 90 days.
They have crime insurance.
Crime insurance, you said?
Yeah, crime insurance and dishonest employee insurance. So you can look up.
So that's one way to unravel a mortgage. Go see if I don't know. You can go to National Notary Association, and they show which states have notary signing agents. Not all states do. And if you don't use your full legal name, if you're going to become a notary, you have to do a fictitious business name with the Secretary of State's office if you're going to use something other than your full legal name, which there may be reasons to do that. Not put your full legal name out there. You can use abbreviations like F. Scott Fitzgerald or whatever. T.S. Baby, V. Smoking Baby, T. period, S. period, baby. And when you sign that fictitious business name, that's the signature card that's the signature you would use to sign for that fictitious entity. So I would have a different squiggle than my normal squiggle for the straw man. I would have different squiggles for different capacities. The squiggle gives it color. That's what makes it colorable. If you use the same squiggle on everything, it looks like self-dealing. Make the same squiggle on the squiggle on the power of attorney is the same squiggle on the certificate of validity. It looks like the agent is the same thing as the all caps person. So you need to get color by having different squiggles for those different capacities. See what I mean? So if I'm acting as a trust protector, that's a squiggle I would use because the trust protector has different duties and obligations than the trustee, than the grantor, or the exchanger. Have different duties and obligations, rights, titles, duties, and obligations. What are you guys doing? What are you doing? Oh, really? You want me to come in? All right, I'll come in. They're sitting at the windows, yelling and screaming at me. Who really runs the house? I'm starting to wonder. It's so funny.
I just put a form in the chat for signatures, appointment, and also termination for authorized signature as well.
Termination of what?
It's appointment or termination for authorized signature, different capacities.
Where'd it come from? Where did it come from?
Department of Defense.
The DOD?
Hmm.
That's a good one. That's always a good one. What am I going to feed you guys today? Guys are slave drivers, I tell you. That's empty. What's down here? Got some more livers. What date is this? 28th. Good. Let's feed my cats cat livers. I mean, cat livers, chicken livers. I just hope they don't adulterate all the chickens out there where they're all H1N2 poison shots and all these freaking chickens are poisoning the food supply. Sons of bitches. Who are you? Anybody ever watch Babylon 5? They go into Who Are You quite a bit in that series. It's on Roku TV. Entire 5 seasons. Who are you? What? What? Are you guys starving? Let's see if my background noise is turned down. Let's see.
I'm sorry, what'd you say about Babylon 5?
They go into Who Are You? Who are you?
With the information I have right now, I have no idea.
If you can't say who you are, they'll tell you who you are and you won't like it.
Oh, but see, they can't prove that I am that document they have, because the first document was based on double hearsay, which was attached to another document that's another document of hearsay. They have no firsthand knowledge of any of that, so they can't prove that that's who I am.
Well, when they ask you, who are you? What were you going to say? Judge always says it, right?
What's the agent for the name?
They don't really have to prove it.
Yeah, that's why I have that fictitious business name. I capture all those capacities. Now I have something in writing on that fictitious business name. Or the trade name at the county level. Yeah, they won't let me do a fictitious business name at my quote unquote real name. Secretary of State rejected it, but you can record it at the county level.
You can do it through the IRS.
The county needs to know who you are. I've never seen
Yeah, I
it.
know. I'm saying, yeah, if they're wanting to not accept.
I've never seen a fictitious business name for IRS form. I missed that one.
It's in the other, like if you're going online and you do the EIN online, go into other and you'll actually see there's offices, like a plan administrator with.
What's the form number?
Stuff. They let you. It's SS4.
A what?
SS4.
Oh, the SS form.
Mm.
That's for an EIN, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying, if I'm not getting an EIN, I still have capacities I can occupy. What else, guys? What else? What else? What else? I'm cutting up chicken livers. So what are you guys working on next? What's your next step in the plan? What are you trying to achieve?
Hey, Smoking Baby, what you having chicken livers for dinner tonight, man?
No, that's for the cats.
Oh, okay.
Well, liver has a copper 3, which is really good for us.
Yeah, that beef liver good too. Yeah.
Yeah, I go to the halal shops, the Muslim places for the halal meat. That's where I go get my cuttings. It's better quality because of the rigors of their food restrictions. Go to the halal store.
Greetings, everybody. I have a question, Smoking Baby. If I have a contract with somebody, can I do a W-4 on them?
I don't know who is the somebody and how did the contract get established?
The somebody is my son's mom, and
That would be a
what
what'd she do?
what's that?
What'd she do?
Well, I basically wrote out a contract that if she used my son's name in any way, then there was a fee.
Lena's all caps name?
Yes.
Okay. And did she do that?
Yeah, she signed it.
What'd she sign?
What I have to do?
What was it? What was it
She's
that she signed?
She signed a contract
How old's the son?
stating that my son is 9 years old.
Okay. And what'd she do? Get an apartment with your son's social security number? Something like that?
No, just basically what I was trying to do is I was trying to be the administrator for his estate. So she basically signed that rights over to me.
Did she?
Well, that's kind of where I'm at right now. She signed the paper.
What did the paper say?
Basically if she wrote out, if she did any contracts, any kind of contracts with his name, then there would be a fee.
Is it his name and his name and social security number?
His name.
What kind of contract did she sign with just his name?
Well, it was between me and her.
I'm trying to figure out what you're trying to achieve. She signed a contract. What contract? What was the contract about?
Okay, so the contract was basically, I'm the administrator for his estate. So she signed that over.
So she has custody, and you're just the administrator.
Well, basically, what I'm trying to do is get full custody, but right now, the only thing I can do is, what's that?
Are you divorced?
Yeah, we were never married.
Okay. Did you officially adopt your offspring?
Say that again?
Did you officially adopt your offspring?
Oh, no.
I would. Fatherhood's a
Okay.
presumption. Fatherhood's a presumption. Motherhood is a certainty. So by officially adopting the offspring, you can terminate all guardianships, conservatorships, and custodialships. And now he's yours.
Okay. So would that contract be valid if I was to send her certified letters?
Why would you? That's just an agreement between parties, but you're not really the dad until you officially adopt him.
Okay.
It's just a presumption.
So basically go through like what a normal person would go through to adopt somebody?
Mm-hmm. Yep. And why are you doing the adoption? Because fatherhood is a presumption. Motherhood is a certainty.
Right.
That's why we're curing the presumption.
Correct.
There you go. But you want to terminate guardianships, conservatorships, and custodialships. You want to terminate all those. And now you're on the hook. So you got to be a good Johnny.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
You're welcome. You also need to get his birth certificate authenticated.
Yeah, that was another thing I was going to ask about, his birth certificate.
Get it authenticated, get his authenticated, get yours authenticated, and the cover sheet to get the authentication done is a signature card. Also.
Okay.
Make sure you adopt the last name. It's last name, comma, first, middle, as well as the other variations.
Well,
It's
the problem
important.
when they do the adoption, there's a name decree that goes in there, and the court will do it however the court does it. The court fills out the adoption paperwork. I guess you can put the names. I have, because I was adopted. I have a name decree, and it was in Ray, all caps, last name, first name, put the birth name, and then down in the adoption area, it was just first, middle, last name, and proper case. You also have a baptismal
My
certificate
brother's
also
is the
serves.
same, yeah.
What's that?
My brother, my adopted brother, he was the same. It was last name on the headers and everything like that, but in the
Yeah,
actual document,
in
it's
Ray.
upper lowercase. Yeah.
That's what.
Yeah.
That's why when there's a dissolution of marriage, it's also in Ray last name. You know, in regards to. So let me see, brother, and then you could So what contract did she sign your kid up for? I still don't know what that is.
What was that?
She hasn't signed your offspring for any contract. You just trying to set the deal on that she can't. What are you worried about? Her contracts she
Well,
not signed.
right now, I mean, she was trying to get them vaccinated, trying to get them in public schools, and it was just, I was just trying to get, more control of his estate.
Doing the adoption would do that. And then as far as any type of vaccinations, I don't know why you send in public school. Death can't. But you want to make sure you can go to Script D and look up a affidavit of liability for the doctor, and even have some of these affidavits of liability have a complete schedule of all the vaccines and everything like that. And affidavit of liability you would present to the doctor for whatever these schedules of poison they're going to poison the kid with, and the doctor's going to have to sign off that that they're absolutely safe, no adverse effects either physically or psychologically, and and the doctor's pledging $1 million bond for any side effects that may occur. And see, have the doctor go ahead and sign. Yeah, okay, just go ahead and sign this, and we'll see what we do next. And when the doctor won't sign that affidavit of liability, the doctor creates the liability, admitting it's not safe, and whoever assumes the liability determines the risk. So it creates an impossibility. Because the doctor can't sign off it's safe. Until the doctor signs off it's safe, I can't do it. The doctor can't do it. Because I'll make sure he assumes liability for the poison he's doing, motherfucker. There are no safe vaccines, by the way. None, never have been. There are no safe vaccines, period.
They even have their own vaccine court. Literally, there's actually even a transaction code in the FTPS for vaccines. It's all for money.
So you want to make sure you shift liability, and then you'll consider it. You're not going to say you're going to do it. You'll consider it. And it's always good to
But
have
if
a
he
baptism.
admits that there's a problem or it could be a possibility, then I would probably do a notice of liability and trespass on the body.
And that's what creates the impossibility. Yeah. whoever assumes the risk determines the liability. Otherwise, it's volunteering. You never want to volunteer. Johnny, don't be a hero. Don't be a fool with your life. There's a song. Billy, don't be a hero. Don't be a fool with your life. Do-do-do-do-do. From the 70s. Am I the only one that remembers it? What are you guys doing? I know I didn't hang out with you all today. I know, I didn't. I didn't hang out with you. I didn't hang out with you. You guys get all upset with me. You can tell when they're upset. Dun, 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 dun. Let me get some foods. What's in here? Oh, maybe we'll do some. We'll do some of these. Some of these. Okay, I'm coming. Oh, we're not going back there yet. Affidavit of liability. What is this, pumpkin? Oh, shiny. I need one more.
You want to get faster control of that if you get the medical power of attorney. That would nip that all in the bud.
There should be medical power of attorney, a financial power of attorney. What's this? What's this? There we go. Should be, if you have pets, there should be a pet trust. I have a life insurance policy that the beneficiary of the life insurance policy is the pet trust. And there's a successor guardian for the cats and a veterinarian, and they're adverse to each other.
You know they have those for petitioners, right?
A what?
They use pet trust for petitioners because they call petitioners their pets. Found it in some of my documentation.
So the trustee, of course, wants the cats to die so they can run off with the goods, and the veterinarian, of course, wants to keep getting veterinarian fees that he has to go to every so often to make sure the cat's good. And the veterinarian will want to keep the cat alive longer, which is adverse to the cats, so they can keep doing veterinary stuff. And so then there's a trust protector involved to make sure they don't abuse the animal in either direction. And there should also be a gun trust. Transferring guns after someone dies is an absolute nightmare. Should be a gun trust as well. Hi. What are you doing up here? And all your assets should be held in trust. And anyone who contests the will gets cut out. And anyone you want to cut out of the will, leave them $1. There's been cases where someone didn't include one of their prodigal kids, and the prodigal came back and made a claim, and they had to give some portion of the estate to the prodigal because he wasn't named at all. It could be an oversight. So if you want to cut someone out, you just leave them $1. And if anyone contests the will, they get cut out completely. Ruling from
Wouldn't
the
that
grave.
make them a constituent?
What?
Wouldn't that make them a constituent if you just leave them $1?
I really can't understand you. You're too quiet.
Wouldn't that make them a constituent?
Who? Who's them?
That, what is you, the prodigal heir, right?
A constituent?
Yeah, constituents are only entitled to $1 a year, but they're completely liable for tax.
If you I just leave him $1, period, if I want to cut him out. Hi. How are you? I guess you're ready to eat. You're certainly telling me about it, as if I'm not working over here. Yeah, all your assets should be in separate trusts, separate estates administered by separate trusts. Okay, boy. You convinced me. And I have
Accounting on that's got to be a nightmare.
what is what?
The accounting on that's got to be a nightmare for keeping everything in separate trusts.
Well, you want to keep risky assets in separate trust. Well, actually, they're held in an estate administered by a trust. So if the trust, anything the trust owns, if the trust gets sued, they can take all the trust assets. If it's an exchange, a non-grantor trust where there's an exchangor where the assets are exchanged into the estate, and a certificate is issued, and then I put a lien against the estate for the value of the goods that were transferred. So there's a priority lien on the assets in the estate, and the trust administers the estate. So if the trust gets sued, it'd be like you holding onto my phone and you get sued and they want to take my super duper Apple iPhone, which I would never own. Well, they can't because you're just administering the phone for me. It's not the trust to have to cough up.
Yeah, but the one problem with estates is they're still taxable. An inheritance isn't though. Endowment is even better.
You have successor trustees that just step in. Successor trustee. Or you can turn it into a foundation. A foundation is an estate that is incorporated. An incorporated estate is a foundation.
An endowment, yeah. That's how the state like to operate.
Yeah, you can endow things to a foundation. But the incorporated estate. They have a lot about it in Liechtenstein. Liechtenstein talks about foundations a lot. Set it up there. Nothing like going through Liechtenstein wall on a Friday night. I tell you, I'm just a barrel of fun.
Their import-export laws are interesting.
So I just hear about the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, all this stuff. I found their EIN number, so I can go hit them for the false claims liability, genocide, and all this other crap.
Well, I mean, shit, because they're the trustees for the Social Security Administration. So why wouldn't you get both of them? Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation?
They're in charge of the Social Security Administration?
They're the trustee for the Social Security Administration, yeah.
I don't see that in the list of trustees on the SSA website. I see Agriculture, Treasurer, Social Security, and who's the other one? There's 4 of them and 2 openings.
Hey, what are your ideas on dealing with a receiver that's breaches fiduciary duty and breach of trust and gross negligence? What's a good way to deal with them?
What's the receivership about?
Marital property.
There's a receiver for marital property?
Yeah, he acts as the trustee to evenly distribute all the property between the two.
There should be
I think they create like a express trust.
So you see if there's a receiver, there should be a counterparty holding the receiver account. I don't know.
He's responsible for the accounting.
Well, I'm just saying, but if the receiver does something wrong, there's another side. I don't know if they put up a trust protector or not to make sure the receiver does right by these beneficiaries. That makes
A
sure
lot of times they'll put a guardian ad litem in that place. It's opposite.
If there's children, yeah, there's a guardian ad litem.
They'll do it even without children.
The receiver just he walks all over the guardian. I'm assuming it might be the judge. The judge is supposed to have the oversight over the receiver.
Guys ready?
A lot of times it's actually someone from the Health and Human Services that's acting as guardian ad litem.
Okay, come on. Come on.
Would they probably be like one of the bondholders, I'm assuming again?
They'd be acting as
Because not all of public
they'd have to be
servants are
bonded.
bonded.
Well, if they're acting as a custodian at all, like a guardian ad litem, they would have to have a bond in with the court in order to be acting like that in the capacity.
Come on, boy. Come on.
That's
Okay.
cool. I saw something the other day that showed which officials in certain areas are bonded and which ones are not.
Oh boy.
That's why I asked.
Oh
That'd
boy.
probably be an easy way to kind of snuff out who to go to.
Oh.
If you get the registrar of action for the case or the meeting, the minute orders, typically the registrar of action will actually have the extra party on
Look
there.
up
Hearing.
look up on the look up on the IRS about receiverships. Maybe the IRS can be involved.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, actually.
Because
Because
if the
he's, you know,
if the receiver is absconding, that would be a taxable event. You get them audited.
Look up a CPEO.
thank you. Okay.
I still haven't got dialed into that EFTPS yet. Haven't done it yet.
You should. It's very interesting.
I might do. Get done with this HOA lawsuit.
When I downloaded the software for that, 'cause you can get it
EFTPS?
for free. Yeah, you can get it for free off
EFTPS?
their,
Okay.
yep, off their website for free. And you set it up. It's kind of a pain in the ass to set up. It's very simple and kind of old tech. But once you get it set up, I actually enrolled my given name, and after I registered my business, and
Just your
I had
given name? Just your Christian name?
well, I enrolled. I did an enrollment for my given name.
Just your first and middle name. Just your first and middle name, you mean, right?
Well, they do the search via the social. So I didn't do a search for the license. I probably should have, but I hadn't yet. But it came back with 2 enrollments. Both of them, they had the address of the courthouse. Only one of them had the contact information as my contact information.
Well, then go ahead and do a change of address from the courthouse to where you're at.
Oh yeah. Well, it was just interesting to see that there was like right there. They weren't even hiding it, and it was set up with credit, not debit. So they don't even have to put in a bank account or anything. It goes straight to general ledger.
That's a good thing. That's cool. Yeah, they abandoned property, so they're administering. What are you guys doing? You guys are crazy.
So you also feel using first and middle names the way to go?
Who are you talking to?
Whoever was talking about the first and middle name.
She said given name. I'm not sure what she meant. I don't know if she meant just the Christian name or the first, middle, last. Is the given? I'm not sure what she meant by it.
The one that popped up for that because it's associated with the social was the first, middle, initial, last name.
Okay, so it's all 3.
I kind of, it's preference, but I like to use my just first and middle and keep my family name out of it. I haven't learned that anywhere. It just seems like the right thing to do because those are my names.
It depends on what person you're dealing with. In their system, they're dealing with a fiction. You know, the straw man name. Dealing with a straw man name.
You know, I've read some things where they talk about the legal fiction is being like an attachment, like some demonic attachment that the people have on them.
That's because you haven't done your power of attorney. You're a general partner to it until you do your power of attorney. They all caps name of point, your last comma, first middle, to be the attorney of fact.
Yeah, I've looked into that, and I may have done the power of attorney. I got to check through my paperwork.
If you go to uniformlaws.org, there are uniform acts out there. You go to type in power of attorney and uniformlaws.org. Type in power of attorney, click on it. It'll show you which states have done which uniform act, or if they haven't done a uniform act. And I like using as a baseline Alabama's Uniform Power of Attorney Act, and then tailor it to the state level, because there's commentary in the draft of the Uniform Power of Attorney Act in Alabama. The other states don't have a commentary about the whys, wherefores, how comes, what abouts. So the Alabama one's really a good one. And then you just want to make sure that all the elements in that the state requires are noted, are part of the power of attorney that you do for your state. Like California requires specific mention of real estate, specific grant of authority of real estate, which is, otherwise they won't record the power of attorney in California. And other states have different little idiosyncrasies.
That's interesting. That's something I just found. They the warrants and everything. They're doing them through the Department of Transportation, but they're ledgering them, or they're being recorded as deeds. Quick claims.
And this is the EFTPS?
No, this is actually just for warrants for, I mean, in general with the court.
Where are you looking?
For Colorado.
Colorado what?
Just in general, the state. They use a DOT.
No. Okay. I don't know where you typed it in to find anything. That's what I'm asking. What
Yeah,
website?
Department of Transportation.
Oh, Colorado Department of Transportation.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So it's going through there, but it's actually showing up as on the documents they're using deeds.
And
quick claims.
says. What does the deed say? Is it in your name? Who's the grantor?
Oh no, I'm just saying the forms in general.
Okay.
Like the terms that they're using on them.
All right, what's next though? Other kitty. One, two. This one, and what else am I going to take? The liver. Liver.
Hey, Smoking, could you explain the purpose of the certificate of beneficial ownership and how to use it?
It's FinCEN requires it, Financial Crimes Enforcement Network. What I think is going to happen beginning of next year, they're going to collapse the system, and if we don't have our certificates of beneficial interest in, we will waive that beneficial interest. And I suppose the people that don't do it at all, they're just going to be on a CBDC program or something like that, and miss their full shebang. That's just what I'm thinking. You just type in FinCEN ID, and there's a web page. You type in your information, and you'll get a FinCEN ID. And the FinCEN ID goes on the certificate of beneficial ownership. If you go to Chase Bank, Chase Bank has its own certificate of beneficial ownership, and other banks do too. It's because there's the whole Chinese thing, people having a beneficial ownership and they're absconding, hiding who they are, and all this other money laundering and stuff like that. Especially with the cartels. Cartels and money laundering, buying all kinds of property all over the place, and money laundering.
Did you see on the W-9 they have a new line item for that?
For what?
On the W-9, there's a new line for, where they have to actually state the beneficial owner or partners.
For what?
On a W-9, they
Yes, I
added
know
a
the
line
W-9.
3B.
What line?
I know, they added a 3B.
And what's it say?
Verbatim, I do not know, but I can pull it up. But
Oh, okay.
it was requesting the beneficial owners or partners for that company that you're requesting.
So once I fill it out, what do I do with it?
What's it? What's it?
Certificate of beneficial ownership.
You hand it over to the bank, hand it over to whatever accounts you have. Beneficial ownership. So that. And I would get a receipt. I'd hand them one, and then I would have them sign me a receipt of one for your records. Some of this. Oh, you do. Yeah, for my bank, I need to go to Chase Bank, turn in my power of attorney, terminate their power of attorney, and the certificate of beneficial ownership, demand a full accounting under 9-210, and direct them to remit this, with the holdings, an instrument for me. You realize there's banking, checking and savings accounts are services offered by the bank. There's a security fund that's behind it all, and that's what they want to walk away with and steal. There's a securities account behind the whole thing, and so I want to collapse their whole system and have them remit my securities, and I want to open up a Fidelity securities account first and just have them wire it directly over to Fidelity. And hopefully then I can set up a ZBA account, zero balance account, with a major and minor account. And then I need to do that at Bank of America, U.S. Bank. Same thing should be happening at all these accounts. Banking, credit cards, internet. Because our application funded the whole thing. And then we started doing this double ledger accounting. I know it's windy out there. My cat doesn't like the wind. You don't like that wind, do you? Yeah, because every time we do these applications, the application funds the whole thing. And then we do this double ledger accounting in the public. So there's a security, a letter of credit's already been issued. And they want to walk away with that line of credit because we didn't qualify that line of credit. That credit application, it's a blank endorsement. Oh, it's a gift. Oh, thank you. Well, here's my certificate of beneficial owner, motherfucker. It's not a gift. Correcting the record.
Wells Fargo's application even says, like, right above the signature that they're going to be using your social as an EIN for themselves.
Yep. So they're your fiduciary. Having actual constructive possession of decedent estate property liable for the tax must be bonded, and And I can come and collapse the whole thing. If my
Well, and
signature's
then
created.
there's a separate paper normally that people sign that has a signature just on it. Rando piece of paper. It's not that rando though. It's for, if I remember the acronym correctly, ECN, where it gives them the authority to open up 7 to 9 more accounts in your name that they're custodian and beneficiary of.
What was that? And another piece of paper that's a random piece of paper for what? ECN?
I think it's, if I remember correctly, it's ECN. It's like a second signatory paper or signature paper that is in, I know it's with the Wells Fargo application and Chase. Schwab has it, and I've seen Bank of America and U.S. Bank, I think, too.
What does ECN stand for?
I'm trying to remember the damn acronym.
Okay.
I'll look it up later. But yeah, it's they create other accounts that they're custodian, and it's just on the back end, basically.
Yeah, they want to terminate all conservatorships, custodianships, and receiverships, and remit.
Electronic Communications Network.
Ah.
So, yeah.
I need a full accounting under 9-210. Otherwise, we'll just go with 25 million. How about that? Chase Bank. Jamie Dimon, piece of shit.
So the
Epstein.
certificate of beneficial ownership
Mhm.
is you're correcting your capacity with the bank.
Yeah, they don't know who you are.
Uh-huh.
That came out with a FinCEN. That FinCEN 114. They kept pushing it
Yeah.
out. Finally, beginning of this year, there's 90 days. If someone has a kid or something, there's 90 days to do the to accomplish the FinCEN documentation. Because all these people are money laundering everywhere, every case, every account, money laundering, everywhere. And then any accounts that aren't accounted for, I suppose the Treasury is just going to scoop them up, and that'll slash the national debt. What they really could do, like they did in Europe when they changed to the euro. When they changed to the euro, you had people from Spain trying to get across the border to Gibraltar so they could take these black market money and change it over to British pounds and all this other stuff. At a certain date, the old currency became useless. We did that with the U.S. dollar. At a certain day, everyone had to bring their old currency in for a new currency. All that drug cartel money and all the bullshit the CIA was making and Russia was making. Russia has its own printing press too over in Russia since World War II. All those old dollars would just become void. So people would have to bring them in, account for in Europe, they would have to bring in all their local currency, and they have to account for it. So where'd you get a million souls in Spain? You never made that much. It's black market money, so they were taking their black market money, trying to get it over to Gibraltar, which is British, and Britain didn't do the euro, and getting caught at the border of Gibraltar and Spain. That's one way to slash all these $100 bills and everything floating around out there, which are bogus or black market. Yep. Change the currency. Which is I think that's what they're going to do at the beginning of this next year. A reset.
They've already started doing it. It's on xe.com. It's for
XE?
currency exchange.
What's XE?
It's for currency exchange. You go into the back end where the Unicode and hex code is at, or it's hex code and decimal code. Excuse me. You can see where there's 30 different kinds of dollars that are the same exact code.
Interchangeable. So what are you exchanging?
Mhm. What? Me? I'm
Yeah.
just saying how they're using it.
Say it again.
I'm just seeing how they're using it. Like a Cash App, that's one of the ways that people have been doing the whole scam thing on Cash App, or they're coming back with a investment because they're just running it through the different currencies.
So Cash App's been doing the money market 9 times markup or something like that. Is that what that's the concept behind it?
Well, it's like, for instance, like if you give, you have $100 and you send it down to Trinidad and Tobago, right? Just as an example. And last time I looked, their dollars versus ours is like 750 or something for every one of our dollars. But the hex code and the decimal code is the exact same. So in the computer system, it looks the same. So you can actually, but once it gets ledgered down in their banking system, it's times that $7.50 per dollar. So all it has to do is stay over there a night, and then they ship it back in, and then you hypothecate it without even doing shit.
And get prosecuted?
No, hypothecated.
Okay. How do we? What's the remedy for this little game to prevent the hypothecation?
To prevent it, making sure that it's USD that you have and not just a dollar sign or.
Oh. Yeah. The denomination.
Yeah. Being more specific.
So the EFTPS has an application you can actually download instead of using the browser?
They also have an application for insolvent company.
Insolvent what?
Company.
The separate application? Why the different applications? Why aren't they integrated?
Well, one's for
Any idea?
insolvent and one's for not.
That would seem like just to be a radio button. The applications, so 2 different applications. What would the insolvent one, EFTPS, be used for? To claim
Trustees.
against the for the bankruptcy court?
No, for trustees in general, not just bankruptcy court.
How would you use it as trustee? What would you come? You have any idea? I'm just curious. I've never heard of it before.
Well, from how the system works, when you actually download the software and you register the company, you also have to name an administrator for that company, and then you have to put butts in seats, right? Hence the enrollment being more of your employee than anything. And anybody who's registered is acting as more of an officer of that business. It's how I actually got my alternative, quote unquote socials for my other persons.
What are they good for?
Is through that.
What are the alternates good for?
I can use it as a social that's attached to that name. So like I'll use it for like an ID and all that, and it doesn't come back. I used it in out of state about a year ago. Had a little brush-in with the police, and they wanted an ID. I didn't have one on me, but I had my EFTPS letter for Esther, my one of my other names, my bitchy side, if you will. And they actually used that, and they did a background check. It was funny because they were doing a run through on the NCIC for the criminal database, right? And he came back and he said, well, nothing popped and he's referring to the criminal background. I was like, well, that's a good thing, right? And he goes, no, not really. And I was like, wait, so you have us all in there as criminals? He just walked away because I think the social they have us all.
So what names did you use? Alternate names did you use?
That one I used Esther, just in there.
It's just a different name? You just made up a different name? Okay. Interesting. Because I have my birth name that was never attributed, and I have another private name I've been awarded. I could use that one.
I would keep your private name private.
Hmm?
I would keep your private name private. Like that's one of the things we're not supposed to be actually be using that name that our mother and father gave us in public, but they do it anyway.
You mean
My family actually,
the birth certificate name?
yeah, the one that, well, the first and middle name, right?
First, middle,
They're not
last?
supposed to be, not the last, because the last they already have a lien on. They've had that from predecessors, right?
So we're not
Green
supposed to be
all that.
using our first and middle name for anything?
Actually, I think those are the two that you can, because it's technically proprietary information. If you look in the enumeration of birth manual for the Social Security Administration, they even say in there that the first and middle name on their records is unknown, and then they have the last name only.
I see all my names when I get the transcript. The Newman
Well, because
report.
over time we filled in that assumption and presumption, right?
Well, there's no middle name. There's no middle names aren't part of the legal name for Social Security Administration. You have to put your first middle name in the first name field. Because I wanted it all to match, the birth certificate matching the Social Security.
Yeah, so you associate the names. Yeah.
Yeah. So
I
went back and redid the SS5, and then went over to the bank and I tried to do a deposit, and all my accounts got frozen. All my accounts, all my credit cards, all my accounts got frozen when I did the name correction. And then I had to go back to the Social Security Administration, get a document from the Social Security Administration, take it back to Bank of America. The Bank of America went on the screen, they typed in some stuff, and then all my accounts were usable again. They're doing that name change, the first middle name in the first name field and the last name field, triggers something on the back end. And now my
See, I think that's why I like going through the EFTPS, because you can actually make that like administrator, that other name, through that without it triggering. Like I made like Hadassah is another name, right? Hadassah has her own social, if you will, through EFTPS. It's a registration number.
I really can't hear you. What other name?
Hadassah.
Where'd you get that?
Okay.
So she has her own, quote unquote social or registered name.
Okay. And it's just
Through
a
there.
mono name?
Without it, yeah.
It's just a
No,
mono
it has
name?
a last name too.
The surname? A surname?
Yeah.
Okay.
To a point. Well, surname is, yeah. I think it's fun. But yeah, it's but it goes underneath that company, so it's associated with that company as an administrator. Without having to go through the courts and without having like shutting down any of your other stuff. And yeah, I just found it to be a little bit smoother, I guess.
That makes sense. I have to go check
Where
it
did
out.
you say you did that?
Say it again.
Where did she say she did that?
EFTPS.
On the software, you have to download it.
EFTPS. Electronic funds transfers something or other, right?
It's electronic federal tax payment system.
There you go. Federal tax payments. EFTPS.
Yeah, I
Someone
believe
else went.
Gene Keaton used to talk about this stuff a lot.
Yeah, he'll talk about it, but he won't tell you how to do it. He just likes talking about stuff. There's a guy went in to get his driver's license. If you get your passport card, under the passport card, there's a number under the picture, and he used that 9-digit number to get his driver's license. So it's separated from the Social Security number. And it would seem to make that driver's license a travel license, not a driver's license, since the passport is a travel document, not a driving document. Yeah.
It's also a 11C form.
A what?
IRS. 11C IRS.
I don't know what that is.
It's for re-registering your wager.
What is the passport card? Is there a wager?
Yeah, it's a 11C document. If you look down on the bottom, it says DS11 space C. The only thing they're missing is the hyphen. It's re-registering your
DS11.
social.
Department of State, DS11.
Yeah, it's a. If you look at the, go check it out. I think you'd find it interesting.
Check what out? The passport card? I don't know what we're talking about.
No, the 11C form in the IRS. I can put it in the chat.
Oh, okay. What's the 11C for form? For
Re-registering your wagerer.
a wager, huh? Interesting.
If you're going to be gambling, right?
Everything's a gamble.
1099 for gambling, exactly.
Everything's a wager. Should I get up? Should I stay in bed? Turn left, turn right. Take this job or that job. Everything's a gamble. Everything's Vegas.
School's a lottery, right?
everything's
Goes
everything's
healthcare.
Vegas.
Yeah,
Everything's
right.
taxes.
And insurance. And the taxes
Yeah,
pay for the insurance. Right.
Everything the state produces is bonded. Yes. That's what I use to create my own self-insurance bond. My authentication number, driver's license number, a $20 certificate number, gold certificate number for my bond. The register mail number is the insurance policy number.
You could actually use a FRN or through the FCC. You make your own FRN or federal registration number.
What would that do for you?
It's a way to. It's basically bonding. So it's FCC's communication is the basis for all
Oh, the
business,
federal
right?
communication. Oh, yeah. I have my
Yeah.
federal FCC. What's it called? The federal registration
FRN.
number.
Yeah, FRN.
So
Yeah.
if you try to find mine, it's all completely blocked. I can go look at it, but other people try to find it. It's all redacted. You can't see it. And I put that on my letters when I communicate with any of the government people. I use my FCC number on the top of the up there in the header, so they know who I am. And I use my CRID and MID number, customer relation ID and mail ID number from the postal business gateway, setting up your address in the postal gateway at the bottom of the form. Use the CRID and MID number, so I have a contract with the postal service. The FCC government knows who I am. Registering these little pieces. I keep going back to the fact they don't know who we are. So anytime I get a chance to tell them who I am, I do it.
You gotta introduce yourself, right?
Harper. Yep.
The and that links up to the universal licensing system too.
Universal what?
Licensing system. You can get like a call sign. There's a name, there's a calling, right?
Is that for ham radio?
Yeah, but it's also for communication. Well, we're using a call sign right now. Telegram. Yep.
Smoking baby. So many fun gadgets out there. Yeah, if you go to your FCC, it's called SORNS, I think it is. What?
Yeah, the SORNS is in the IRS too.
So did you get a temporary or permanent for the universal licensing system? Oh, yeah, they tell you to go
Well,
to the FCC. Did you get a registration number? At
you have to go through cores, yeah, first.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny though, we were doing some poking around in there. We found God registered under the
That's pretty grandiose.
USPTO.
It's pretty great. Yeah, in God we trust.
Yeah, right. It's stupid.
What's this for? Okay. Let's go back. Apply for a new license. Log into ULS and filing with your FCC registration. I'll have to go. Have him go look it up. Justin has license. Deceptive trash. FCC as attachment. Let's see what's in here. There it is. There's my fern. There's my number.
Have you messed around with the lock boxes in there at all?
No, I've heard about. I've seen people talk about them. It's just
Has anyone here done their secured party process entirely? And where do you submit your documentation, your copyright, your status affidavit, your trademark, the whole package?
it's not valid. What is my password?
So you gotta write that shit down.
Did you say something? I couldn't hear you.
Yeah,
Oh, he was talking about password. I was like, yeah, you gotta write it down.
yeah, it's been a while since I logged into 5 years.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you mean you did it about 5 years ago and you forgot? Or what?
I
Wait,
did
what
it
do you
for.
say?
I did it long before that. 10 years ago. My FCC number.
Is it my phone or you got your UCC number? Or what did it last say?
Federal Communications Commission registration number.
So it's the FCC number.
Yes. Foxtrot Sierra Sierra. No, Foxtrot Charlie Charlie. Sorry about that. Boy.
And it's you get a FRN from that FCC registration.
Under the CORS system.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, have you are you one of the creators of this group?
Who are you talking to?
I'm talking to you.
Creator? Well, Naz is the creator of the group. I just come in the chat.
Naz is the creator? Oh, he's not here.
Mm-hmm. He might be. He could be hiding.
So what would you say is the goal of this group?
How'd you get in here? Curious. It's about taxes. It's about taxes.
Do the
IRS.
administrators of this group want like money or
just like talking.
If you have any money to give, I'll take some.
Yeah.
Just kidding. RM, you are talking to the smoking baby.
Yes.
Oh, that is the Smoking Baby?
I am smoking.
Yes.
Perfect. Well,
RM,
the
are you the feds, bro? You sound like the feds.
no, I just have a lot of questions because I'm semi new and I'm absolutely not the feds. I'm in the process of submitting my SPC process and like I have all the templates and stuff, but seems like you're all in it too.
You don't want to submit, man. Present.
Present. There we go. Better. That what he said.
This. That was in April 1st, 2020.
Present, tender, deposit.
Perfect.
Why did I do this? That's strange.
Yeah, I filled in all my copyright, my trademark for the all caps and the uh both the upper and lower cap and lowercase.
What are you trying to do? What are you trying to accomplish?
Well, same thing you're all trying to accomplish. Trying to
I don't know. You don't know what I'm trying to accomplish. But
I have an idea because I asked. Well, yeah, just get on the record properly and pay my bills through
use your
I don't know the trust account or I'm still figuring it out as I go. Where would you say you're at with the whole process?
tell me what the process is.
If you presented 10 years ago, would you say that you've offset it or credited some bills, some accounts?
I do accounting with the W-4 form to assess tax credits to my account, reporting corporations that employ the Social Security number and all the transactions going through the account reported to the IRS, so the corporations have to pay taxes on the account.
Do you have to be established as a corporation to process that, or they do not come after you
You've
for
been using, you've been filling out applications in W-4s your whole life, unless you don't have a W-2 job or something like that. But
Oh, that's right. That form when we get a job. Yeah, I haven't had a job in a while. Yep. 1099. How would you
you're
do it
probably
for a
not
10?
you're probably not really a 1099er. I suspect.
Why is that?
I don't know. Do you have to when you go in there? Do you have to look at their anti-sexual harassment and your policies and the employee manual? Do you have to sign off on all those policies for the corporation that you provide services to?
Oh, that's right. Yep. So that makes it not a 1099?
Yes, there's a 20 question rule. There's a form SS00-8, SS8 form. You fill out the SS8 form, answer the 20 questions, send it into the IRS to see if the corporation that you're doing services for has misclassified you as an independent contractor to avoid the 12% that they're supposed to be paying into your Social Security Medicare account and workman's comp and everything else from unemployment that they're cheating you out of by classifying you as an independent contractor inappropriately. So there's an SS8 and a 20 question rule that you answer the 20 questions to see and send it off to the IRS to have the IRS determine. Now, whether or not you're actually an independent contractor. Most people aren't. Corporations are cheating you.
See, perfect.
Most 1099 workers are classified as a statutory employee under the railroad, even if you are classified as a 1099 worker.
But you may not be a real 1099 because you have to. They direct you.
They even do this, yeah. They even do this with the ones that are, though. That's the screwed up part. They still
That way,
classify them under the railroad.
yeah.
So you said
Also,
that was the SS8 or the SS6?
Sierra 8.
CRF
Sierra.
Sierra.
No. Sierra. How do you know the phonetic alphabet? Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Delta, Echo, Foxtrot.
Oh, Sierra. Okay, Sierra. What was it?
SS8.
Sierra SS8. Okay, that's the form I grab from the IRS and fill it out with the.
Then there's 20 questions. There's 20 questions. When you go in there, you look it up. They talk about the 20 questions. SS8 20 questions.
So I present that, fill it out, present it, and then they'll.
You answer the 20 questions.
Okay.
You fill out the SS8, answer the 20 questions, and then they'll determine whether or not you actually are a statutory employee or truly independent contractor.
Perfect. Now, would that help me with me not doing my taxes for the past 2 years, almost 3?
I don't know. I don't know what doing your taxes means to you.
Well, it's voluntary, so.
I don't know what would it mean if you did your taxes? What does that mean? I don't know.
I mean, because I'm sure they got a like notice from the company or companies I've worked for in the past, so that have me as a 1099.
Well, that's why you go back and turn them all in and see if you're actually an employee. You blow the whistle.
Do the 211? Is that what you're saying? Or blow the whistle with the SS8? Well, makes sense.
SS8, dude.
SS8.
SS8,
Okay.
dude. Oh, the other dude that wants this kid, remember the kid with the wife just signing contracts for the kid, for the 9-year-old? Is he still here?
With the information used for us all.
What?
Yeah.
If he here is useful to anybody, you can go ahead and speak.
Yeah, I want to hear it. Smoking
I'd
Baby.
like to hear it too.
First of all, for your kids, you want to get the kid's birth certificates authenticated. The dad does, or if there's no dad, then the mom. And then the father should formally adopt their offspring. And then if you want to lock down their social security number, fill out the 15227 form. And there was a video of this on BitChute where the guy was trying to get a house and everything like this, and his mom had fucked up his credit using his social security number years before, and he couldn't get a house, and he was all completely bent out of shape, rightfully so. And so she had been using the kid's social security number. So when you do the 15227, it locks the social security number, and you get a PIN code from the social security from the IRS, and it locks anyone from using the social to do anything. They're going to want your PIN code if you're trying to get any type of credit. And it also stops garnishment by locking your social security number.
I can get around that code in about 10 minutes on irs.com. All I need
I
is
don't know what that
either
means.
your birthday or your last 4 of your social.
What does that mean to
It means
get around the
you can
code?
go around, you can redo the PIN so it locks the other one out. What the courts use.
And you would do that for what reason?
I wouldn't. I don't like operating like that. But they do, as far as I mean, lawyers, any CPAs, anybody who's going on the back end and utilizing your social without permission.
That would be a 42408A violation, as far as I can see.
Unless they have a, what is it, Form 827 filled out, which gives them like unfettered access for that whole year.
It would still be identity theft if I didn't authorize it.
Well, I mean, most of this is, isn't it?
Separate issue.
Wouldn't they also need like a warrant and a wet ink signature and all that, power of attorney, explicit written consent?
I don't know what warrant and all that. I don't know how they're jumbled together. I don't know what that means.
What I'm saying is, wouldn't they need all that in their hand and specifying what they're searching and seizing and, you know, wet ink signature?
I'm talking about garnishments and stuff. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, is that that's a judgment, right? An order, garnishment.
No. It's usually a lock-in letter from the IRS, which is bogus. My taxing authority is bogus. Because if you read 6331A, parentheses A, it says who's liable for the garnishment and levy, and it was people holding public office. They leave A, 6331A off the lock-in letter. They go straight to B. Say, motherfucker, where's A? See, they skipped A right here. HR people. So the HR people just go ahead and do what they fucking do. It's violation of the 4th, 5th, and 6th Amendment. And then well, we have to do it. The IRS says so. It's not fucking, the lock-in letter's not even signed. Who's telling you to do it? Do you have the IRS agent's number? No, you don't have anything. They're just sending you a letter, hopefully you'd violate my 4th, 5th, and 6th Amendment. Well, we have to do it anyway. Okay, I need the policy. Oh, I don't know what the policy is. It's not a quiz. It's not a quiz to get a gold star. I'm not here to see what you don't know. I'm telling you what I require. I need the policy that authorizes you to do it so I can take a Monell action against you and kick you guys in the teeth. That's when a public, one of these corporate policies violate our constitutional rights. It's called a Monell, M-O-N-E-L-L, a Monell action, where we bring the action for the violation of the policy, and they come in defending the policy and thereby admitting the crime under the 4th, 5th, and 6th Amendment. They're going to defend their policy and admit the violation. So funny.
Yeah, they're clowns.
That's why they have employee dishonesty insurance and crime insurance.
Yep. So so you get their policy and then file a Monell action, which is a 1983 action. Title 42, 1983.
Aren't you able to get the marshals to pick them up or the sheriffs to pick them up too, in a manner, if they're committing treason and violating people?
Well, there would have to be facts and evidence and support and everything. I just hit them under
Actually,
the civil rights violation.
The U.S. Marshal forms, the levies and stuff in there, they don't require pretty much any of that. You can file it.
The marshals don't require a levy?
Proof?
What did you?
A
They don't
court
require
judgment.
proof?
No, not really. All
Oh,
it
that's
requires
beautiful.
an attorney, power of attorney, or representative signing a statement.
Like that, you give them power of attorney to do that action?
No, not that you give them power of attorney, that you have power of attorney to do that.
So you file a complaint with the U.S. Marshals?
Yeah, they have a whole bunch of levies and stuff in there.
What levies? What do you call
Settlement.
levies?
There's a personal levy, there's a bank levy, there's a whole bunch of settlement ones for
Once you have the judgment, you could bring in your judgment to the U.S. Marshals to execute the judgment. Is that what we're talking about?
there's actually the only one that actually requires a actual judgment is is the admiralty form that's on there.
So I could just go fuck with people?
What do you think they're doing?
Get him.
There would seem to be some kind of penalty just to use it maliciously. 101 or something like that. 1001.
You would think, but I mean, they don't follow their own rules, do they?
I don't know. I don't know what they would do. I've never tried seeing what the marshals would do.
You guys know who Scoob Nitty is?
Say that word again.
Scoob Nitty. Rondale. He goes by Malik Rondale Scoob Nitty.
No.
He's pretty big on Instagram. He's one of the I guess you could say he's the point is he's a good teacher, but he was saying that he could get the US Marshals through the if you have like 10 authenticated birth certificates and you deposit them into the treasury after state and federal authentication, non-Hague, that would give you enough licensing and credit to, what do you say, get the sheriffs or open up a prison and get the marshals on. I don't know if you can connect some dots here, but just wanted to bring it to the table.
Where would you lodge 10 authenticated birth certificates?
The treasury.
They're annexed over to the state once they're authenticated on the federal level. The Treasury can't take them.
They're annexed to the state.
Yeah, it says it right on the front page.
Front page of what?
The authentication on the federal level.
The lower left-hand corner?
No, like right under, to all men, these present, blah, blah, blah. It annexes it to that state. To whatever state that you had, whatever state you were in that you had it authenticated in, and then you send it to the federal level.
Oh, okay.
It annexes it back to that state.
What does that do for us?
Credit. Like,
I don't know.
It's a settlement certificate, though.
Yeah.
It's not really that much value.
It's really
It's
not
good for
that
discharging.
value.
It's good for discharging, but it's, I mean,
A
the
discharge.
one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have to acknowledge and accept the grant, though. Second step. Do a acknowledgement acceptance of the grant of the full faith and credit, grantor, grantee, and the res. You record it. Perfecting the conveyance.
Yeah, but this is a problem with a grantor trust, right? Because
I
a
don't know what we're
grantor
talking
is
about now.
liable if you're acting as grantor.
I'm not. It's the Secretary of State granted full faith and credit. I just acknowledged and accepted it as grantee. What kind of discharges on what? What have you tried discharges on some different things? For a discharge, public obligation, consumer good obligation.
Most people use it for court cases. I think there's more value in the socials, though, because those have a limited number that are issued. You have unlimited
got my
amount of
age.
birth certificates.
I got my age. That's the final one. I'll always get H from now on.
Anyone in Cali here? Anyone from California?
Not me. Why? Some Cali specific stuff.
That's where I got my Secretary of State seal.
For Mexico or non-Hague? Hague or non-Hague?
Non-Hague. Actually,
Which country?
I made the mistake of putting Mexico on one of my birth certificates, trying to on my first attempt.
And you got
But
it right
then,
there at the state level.
yeah, and then I just went ahead and got another one and did it for UAE,
I'll use Canada for the non-Hague.
non-Hague. I thought
Canada.
Canada was Hague.
No.
Yeah, I thought I did mine for Canada too in 2022, and then I think when we were on here not too long ago, or maybe it was on a newbies group, somebody posted some thing, and it was contrary, saying that Canada it just became Hague or something. I don't know.
That's
Yeah, I
interesting.
checked the official website. I think the passport website has the like the specifics on who's Hague and non-Hague.
Like I got mine for Canada. I sent up the federal and they did it. Maybe I'll try it again. See if something's changed. That'll be
Yeah,
fun.
I heard people were talking about that Cuba and Taiwan are about to switch into Hague, or already did the switch to Hague.
That was Jamaica.
Pretty
Oh,
much
was it?
the only thing that's left is Antarctica. If you go and you actually spent some time doing this, comparing lists from other entities, departments, countries, whatever, none of them jive. They're all different.
So I heard that is if you did it prior to, and so if Canada was not Hague until this past year, like 2023, and you did it, and then your form granted trust is in address is in Canada, then you're like grandfathered in. That's just what somebody that knows more than I know told me. I don't know that to be a fact, but
It's officially January 11th this year.
thank you. Was that Wild Horse?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Wild Horse. I recognize your pretty voice. Thank you so much for that info.
Maybe because of the USMCA. That could be why Canada became part of the Declaration of North America.
So, and you already had NAFTA.
Say it again.
NAFTA.
Well, that was supplanted by the USMCA that Trump signed in.
Yeah, that's why I brought it up.
USMCA, and then the Declaration of North America, DNA.
Really, DNA. Seriously, they
Yeah.
they can't help themselves, can they? Really.
Declaration of North America.
Shit.
It's real, whatever real means. Merging Canada, Mexico, United States. For one giant happy North American family. I think some of the South American countries were getting out of the Organization of American States. I remember hearing some scuttlebutt about it. OAS.
Yeah, it's like the private side of the Hague over here, pretty much.
There's also the Interparliamentary Union. All the parliaments since 1890 or 1888. There's an Interparliamentary Union still existing.
Oh, for parliamentarians that are so skilled at Robert's
Interparliamentary.
rules. Yeah,
Interparliamentary Union. Yeah.
you should look up FCCLA dot. I think it's .com.
What's that?
I found this by just
SDDLA.com?
FCC
I can't understand
LA.
it.
Frank, Charlie,
Lima Alpha.
Larry. Thank you. That part. Yep. That's
.com,
where you can .com, I believe, if I remember correctly. That's where you can actually take a test to become a parliamentarian.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
FCCLA.
I found it by just a typo, literally.
It's funny. Serendipity.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't used that word in a long time.
Family, Career, and Community Leaders of America.
America. Must be good. America.
Right.
Fuck yeah. Time to save the day now. America. Fuck yeah. Stupid movie.
Hey,
Yeah,
happy
so
solstice, everybody. Longest day of the year.
The days start getting shorter. Full moon, too. Oh.
Full moon, that's right. So my understanding with the authenticating the birth certificate, if you put Mexico down, you don't have to authenticate at the federal level. Is that right?
That's true. Yep.
Hey guys, why would we not want to authenticate at the federal level?
It's a matter of Hague versus non-Hague countries. There's no. I like the federal one just because it's pretty. State ones can be kind of ugly.
Copy that.
really, because it's a pretty piece of paper.
Mm-hmm. Looks really official. Not like here they just slap a piece of paper, put some red stamps on it, offset it a little bit, put stamps on it. All this kind of crazy stuff. No ribbon and rivet. Like the Social Security Administration. You get your Numadent records. There's a rivet and a ribbon and a seal signed by the custodian.
You can do that too, you know. You make
Not
it
for
as
their
pretty as you
documents. Not for their documents.
do our own.
Sure, you can put a whole stack of paper, pages on under seal. Mm-hmm. Sure can. I have the crocodile. There's a tool called the crocodile. It comes with little rivets. I have long rivets that are long by like half inch and inch and a half. You can buy them special. And I have my own embosser with my register mail number. If it's necessary.
May I?
What you got? What you got?
What happens when you have a warranty deed that is notarized by a notary who is no longer a notary? Her notary expired 15 days after the closing.
What's the problem?
I'm
The
just
bond is,
asking.
their bond is still there. Oh my
Okay.
goodness. Their bond is still there. Hi. What are you doing?
Hmm.
Have fun. Did you have a fun day? Did you have a fun day?
We're open here.
What's that?
Is the floor open? Can you hear me?
Oh yeah.
Are we still on the topic of authenticating certificates of live birth?
Sure. Well, I don't know. I've never
so-
tried doing I don't have a live birth because I was adopted.
Okay.
So I can't help.
Somebody mentioned,
Someone else.
I don't know who it was, but about 5 or 10 minutes ago, somebody mentioned or proposed the idea of discharging a court case with an authenticated state federal certificate of live birth. Who do we know who that was? I've got some questions about that.
I think Hadassah mentioned it.
Had asked. Are you there?
I've never tried it.
Yeah, I haven't either because I don't really think that we need to authenticate it. But the only time we need to is for travel, really.
So you don't. So I guess my question was, do you know anybody that's actually done this? Do you have firsthand knowledge of it, or is it just kind of something you've heard people have done?
There was some guy here
No,
talking about some
yeah.
Instagram guy named Scooby Doo or something. He was talking about sending it to the Treasury or something like that.
Sending.
Yeah,
10 birth certificates and whatever to the Treasury. Blah, blah, blah.
That sounds like a bunch of nonsense.
Yeah, the people I know that did it, they didn't do that. They just faxed it in the court.
Faxed what into the court?
Birth certificate.
Oh,
And
just a birth certificate by itself, not authenticated?
Nope, not authenticated.
And the people that you know did that.
Unauthenticated.
What was the outcome of that?
Two of them went away. One of them is still dealing with some stuff.
When you say went away, you're saying that the case was dismissed. The charging.
The charges were dropped, but it wasn't like a large. I mean, they were traffic tickets basically.
Hmm.
Oh, you're talking about the other one's a criminal case?
Yeah, they're trying to nail her pretty good.
What they say they did.
Oh, it's the well, I don't want to talk about her stuff, but
Oh, I don't know who she
it's
is.
enough
I'm
that
just figuring.
yeah, I know. It's enough to be a pain in the ass. But I do know one thing that we don't do, especially if you've been arrested or anything, or if there's an appearance bond issued. They don't file it into the case to bond the case.
And the significance of that not fun is what?
Right.
Well, if you file it into the case and you bond the case, then there's no longer, they're saying that basically we haven't funded it.
Oh, the appearance bond. I
So-
thought the instrument itself would be.
Which instrument?
The appearance, promise to appear.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. So that instrument,
Is not put
nobody,
into the case?
it's not filed. No file stamp.
Oh, so you just
Are you-
take it back in. Take it back in and
Mm-hmm.
put it over the counter to the clerk?
Mm-hmm. Might want to edit a little bit on there, but you know.
Oh yeah, endorse it over, make it $5 million special deposit.
Now,
Without
I wouldn't
recourse.
endorse it because then it turns into a bear bond and then anyone can cash it. Right.
Well, if you put specific instructions to it.
This is
Hey,
true.
Master, are you saying that this has happened in one particular situation or case that you're aware of, or are you saying that every single time, to the best of your knowledge and research, that when the appearance bond is taken out, what there's a bid bond, performance bond, and basically
I've talked
what you're
to quite
saying
a
is, go
few
ahead.
people, and I've talked to quite a few people, and I've asked them all if there any stamp on their bond, or if they go back and look at the records, if any of those appearance bonds have been, you know, stamped, filed. None of them
I
have.
mean, the promise to appear instrument, right? Okay.
And they're actually being shown the bonds from who, the clerk?
Yeah.
Well, you're typically given a copy when, you know, they kick you.
On the side of the road.
Mm-hmm. No, not on the side of the road. After this is typically after, you know, arrest and everything. You go to court and they do an appearance bond, right?
No, you're arrested on the side of the road too. There's still.
Oh yeah, this is true. This is true.
It'd be
But you
interesting.
normally have to, yeah.
It'd be interesting to take the certificate of beneficial ownership and hand it over to the clerk.
It would be interesting. But that only gives you 1/4, unless you specify more than that.
It just means I have a quarter interest, yeah.
Yeah. I think it would specify more because then you can still be, you know, outvoted.
Still a W-4 event.
Couldn't you just walk in as the executor and do the taxes on it, appointing the judge, prosecuting attorney, and the clerk as the trustees to handle the accounting, close out the account, return to sender?
What standing do you have to do that sort of negotiation? Who are you in this deal?
It was just a theory. I mean, we're talking about taxes, so I mean everything's a bank. You see the court as a bank. You see
Sure.
utilities as a bank. So everybody's doing banking. Even the post office is doing banking. So I'd assume that if they hold or open up a bond on you, there would be an escrow account. Then you'd have
bond on the person.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, most people don't know this unless you've done construction work or something. It's when you do any contracting for the government, and this goes with the whole bid bond, performance bond, payment bond. Each one of those bonds has to have its own separate insurance policy.
Yeah,
But technically,
I know
bonds.
some that were doing those bonds and they weren't authorized to do those bonds, and they set her up. They called her, and she was supposed to go to the post office to pick something up, and then on her way to the post office, state picked her up. So I don't know what she was doing wrong, but I would definitely do your research if you're gonna get into those bonds. I would just rather do the tax and return.
What was she doing?
She was getting into the GSA bonds. I don't know what she was doing or what kind of standing she had or what knowledge at that point she was filing those.
What they pick her up for?
I'm thinking for maybe falsifying documents because she wasn't authorized or she didn't have the correct paperwork in.
My social security number is a contracting number for the government.
So is an EIN.
Mm-hmm.
So is a court case.
You know what? Now you have me interested. I'm actually going to try to contact her. See if she got
It's been about a year. She's probably been in there, so I'm not sure if she was in there for too long.
I wonder what instrument she issued.
Well, the GSA bonds have a lot of strings attached to them that aren't necessary, but if you do, they have equivalent forms in the IRS. A lot less strings attached.
If you do the GSA bond, you want to make sure you send copies of whatever you lodged to the general in charge of the Army Corps of Engineers. He's in charge of all the GSA bonds. He'll go looking for him. Where's that GSA bond there? You guys aren't money laundering that, are you? Oh, no. You would never do that, says the Honorable President of the court administrators, the president.
You know, there's actually a office or a department called Honor. The acronym is ONNR, I think.
Where's it at? What office
It's the
for?
Department of Interior.
Mm.
It's for Office of Resource Reclamation or something like that. It's interesting. It's actually the only one I've come across that requires you to have a W-9 in on the record, and they will give you theirs just before you even ask. It's very odd.
What's it used for, that office?
Resources, mostly natural resources, oil, gas, all that.
Oh.
Mining minerals.
Human being.
Well, blood is oil. Ecclesiastically. That's on the Bloomberg. Oil. Blood banks. Yeah.
It's like the umbrella for culture for everything.
Why did I open a second one? Oh, that's why. Looking at my FRN. One is that one. One is that one. I did one with a social, and I did one in a social. I put exempted activities. I have two FERN numbers.
Did you see the option for amateur club?
In the core system?
Mm-hmm.
No.
It's,
I may have passed it.
it's funny. When you set up the FRN, you can select amateur club. Yeah.
Instead of FERN?
Well,
Or
that
is
one
that a
doesn't
selection?
require a social or EIN or anything like that. It's just one of the entities you can choose. It doesn't require
In the
that.
FERN, in the FERN registration.
Mm.
Is that what you're saying?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I don't remember. It's been too long since I've been in there. I don't remember. Yeah, tricky thing is even knowing these things even exist.
True. What's interesting
we
in
got
the
pro.
EFTPS as compared to this is like this, you can make a, federal entities or whatever pretty much. In the EFTPS, when you do an enrollment, you actually have a choice on their website if you want to enroll a federal agency.
Being a federal agency is one choice.
Mm-hmm.
What are the other choices?
Individual or business. They only
Okay.
give you 3. Yeah, here has a lot more options.
Well, there's one in here. What's it called? Governmental elective registration. F. Governmental bodies. Elective registration of governmental bodies with less than statewide jurisdiction. Elective registration of governmental bodies with less than statewide jurisdiction. It's was this Alabama, I think? 82-820-2-704. Elective registration of governmental bodies. Governmental bodies with less than statewide jurisdiction that elect to post notice of meetings through the Office of the Secretary of State shall first register with the Office of the Secretary of State. Registration information shall include the name, governmental body, mailing address, blah, 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 blah. Interesting. I'll paste this in here. Boo, boo, boo. Something's out of Alabama. Wonder what we can use it for. The smoking baby. There I am. Yes. Oh, I have 19 messages. Walter Buren. Chris System, 26 CFR, Disputed Ownership Fund. SS5FS. 577, the 11C form. Form 11 Charlie -C, I guess. Go here. There's the elective registration of governmental bodies with less than statewide jurisdiction. Create your own fiefdom. I don't even know how I came across that. Diddy. See, FCC. First name. What am I doing there? I want to be controlling the work. Scott. Ready. Bing, bing, bing. Email address. What was my email address? Let me get back into my Fern system. FCC. Okay, put in my social. Yes, I did that one. Those are the required fields. this is select this person returns of report services. All fields are required unless otherwise stated. Have you ever forgotten your password? I don't know how I forgot mine.
Wait, what?
Trying to get back into my Fern account.
Oh, they put another lock on it, like another layer. So you'd have to have the email address that's associated with it.
Yep, looks like I printed mine out. Next. Oh, traffic lights. I hate when they do this.
Red light, green light.
Verify. Yay, I'm not a robot. I've been validated.
Aren't you excited?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, right. Thank you for that validation.
Enter the US phone number or the international phone number. That wasn't required. Pinche. No. Phone number. It's an old phone number. Yeah, someone snatched my phone. And I had to go redo my government login.gov. Had to go delete everything and redo it.
Ouch.
I know.
Yeah, the thing's pervasive. It's into everything.
Because they locked my, when the phone was stolen, they locked it. And the douchebag carrier went in. Oh, we can't do that. It's already been locked. Fuck. I lost my cage code, my sam.gov was all locked out, everything. Fuck. This is how they're gonna tie us into our phones.
Well, FCC does it too. I mean, as soon as you go through the universal licensing, I mean, this is one of the reasons for the FRN number is that you can use that as to log into everything versus having to have separate passwords and usernames.
Say that one more time.
Is this?
I missed something. What was this?
You can use like login.gov is used, right? Where you log in and you use that one thing for like a lot of, you're supposed to be able to use the FRN number the same way across all the platforms.
What RN number?
FRN, your FERN number, as you call it.
Oh, for a number. Oh.
What Hadassah, while we're on the subject of logging in and everything, what is with the sudden obsession with the two-factor authentication? Every time I turn around now, everything's two-factor. Well, just for your safety now.
CPEO, a bane of my existence. CPEO.
Yeah.
We're gonna start working on facial
Yeah, those
recognition
guys.
as well.
Already done.
On login?
If you got a camera on your phone, already done. Got a camera on your computer, already done.
I want my own virtual state.
A micronation.
In the meta world.
Oh, I'm probably in the wrong. Can't use this browser, maybe.
Nationstate.org.
How legitimate is that nation states? Is it
Go
just a
check it
novelty
out.
thing?
It's very interesting. I don't know, to be very honest with you, but it's interesting. I can tell you that.
I mean, you can get a governmental EIN number on the SS4, which probably led me to that less than statewide governmental agency that I posted in the room. think that's what
Yeah,
living
you
down
can
there
get a
has.
tribal, right? Tribal government. You can do local. You can do state. You can
I
do
just wonder what
NGOs.
the. I've been trying to track down those NGOs so I can start hitting them for genocide.
AAMVA is probably one of the worst ones.
AAMBA for what?
For NGO, that's DMV's Mama Corp.
Oh, they AM. No, I'm talking about the Catholic Charities. Those guys.
Oh yeah, I
That's
think
good.
they're tied in together. Trafficking, right? The AMVA is also an entity that controls most of the training and academies and stuff for police forces, sheriffs.
What is for the sheriffs and police force?
AAMVA, they control
Oh,
most of the educational programs for the sheriffs because you actually register for the law enforcement registers through the DMV.
I would register as a law enforcement at DMV. Huh?
Well, that's how the law they're doing it. That's all I'm
I,
saying.
I don't know. Your voice trails off, and I just can't hear it. It's weird.
Sorry, I said that the law enforcement in general register through the DMV
What do they register?
as law enforcement.
They're also governed by the FMSCA, Federal Motor Carrier Safety Act. That's where they get their bonding and
Hmm.
training and everything.
Which is it's funded and they're trained by the AAMVA, but they're also funded by that lovely benevolent society, the fraternal or is it fraternal organization of police, right? FOP.
What's wrong? There's a whole box of fancy fees right there on that Amazon box. There's a whole stack of them. The private membership agreement is not a legitimate 508c1a.
Nope, that's a special needs trust.
I've got an email. Oh, nation states is a nation simulation game.
Mm-hmm. It's poke around in it though. There's something there. It's very strange. I don't know what to think of it.
Like create a nation, see the world, how to play, sign in. New nation. Did you guys sign up for your lieutenancies under the Holy Sepulchre of Jerusalem? Did you register yourself with your local lieutenancy?
Nope.
Equestrian Order of the Holy Sepulchre of Jerusalem.
There's some, yeah, I told you, it's interesting.
No, this didn't come out of their nation game. This is actually something out of the Vatican.
Oh, I forgot about that thing.
The Equestrian Order of the Holy Sepulchre of Jerusalem. There's lieutenancies all over the world. There's 5 in the United States.
Isn't that run by the Ordinaries?
So what?
The Ordinaries. It's one
Hopefully
of
there's an
the
ordinary in there. Hopefully there's an ordinary that could be useful for ecclesiastical certifications, authentications. Office of the Ordinary.
well, but there's also like a sect of the you know, like you have the Jesuits, you have the Franciscans. There's a sect actually called Ordinaries.
There's also the Office of the Ordinary. It's an ecclesiastical office.
Wasn't aware of that one. Looking at-
But I signed into my lieutenancy. It's a different jurisdiction. I'm not. No, I'm part of the Holy Sepulchre right here. That's my jurisdiction. Where are you guys at, Mr. Policeman? I'm in a foreign
I don't
separate
know if I want to
jurisdiction.
be a tenant.
A tenant?
Yeah, it was a lieutenancy, right?
Well, you're not the lieutenant. The lieutenancy is a lieutenant. That's at 8. That division is a lieutenancy.
Hmm.
There's a bunch all over the world. All over the world. That way they can't say I'm a heathen. You guys look it up. Equestrian Order of the Holy Sepulchre of Jerusalem. If you go to the Vatican website, there's a little window and it has lieutenancies on the left-hand side. And you can scroll down and see all the lieutenancies global around the world. But you have the Northeast, Southeast, Northwest, Southwest, Central lieutenancies here. Got the Maltese Cross, that stuff. Knights of Malta. And their garb. You see all these people there all dressed up, and you're going, holy shit. People are
It's like a
actually
bad prom.
going out there. Huh?
It's like a bad prom.
I can't hear. I don't know why.
It's like a bad prom. It's just, dresses, lots of dresses.
But it's the fact that people are actually out there engaging in these sects or whatever it is. It's like, wow, that's pretty crazy. They must have funding from the Vatican or something. Anybody look at it? Anyone curious?
Looking at it now.
Is it crazy, huh?
Yeah, I was just checking out their coat of arms and their symbols that they have on their what they're wearing.
Their vestments.
Yeah, yeah.
I like the Grand Magisterium. That's an interesting title.
What is all this? Yeah. Come on. Let's go. Yeah, come on. Time to go potty. I mean, because the things really do tilt sideways sometimes, and you're associated with some of these things. Might keep you from going being stuffed into a frickin' FEMA camp for a guillotine for breakfast. You know? Really? We're good to go? Okay. Good to go.
Dates way back to the 1342 era.
What the fuck is all this?
Yeah, it's right where the Knights of Templar were, banished and exterminated. Interesting timing.
Do we have a leak? What is all this moisture up around frickin' Arizona? What is it, buddy? You didn't pee on the floor, did you, buddy? Oh, really? Douchebag. Fuck. Grand Magisterium. Now there's the there's the office of the major penitentiary up in the Vatican also. He's in charge of all the prisons all over the world as a cardinal. Office of the major penitentiary. It's right next door to the office of the Inquisition.
Always reminds me of Monty Python.
What
No one
was?
expects Spanish Inquisition, right?
The last Inquisition death was in 1952. Sick fucks. Sick fucks.
Where did you find this one, Smoking Baby?
Let me turn you up. I can't hear you. Let me see who's talking.
Oh, I was
Who was
asking
talking?
when did you find find this one?
What, the Holy Sepulchre?
Yeah.
Trying to find out who's talking so I can turn up your mic. What's your handle?
DJ Miguel.
Where's Miguel? I don't see you. Private. Why don't I see it? Oh, DJ Miguel. That's weird. It says your mic's off.
Wow, that's
You're DJ Miguel?
correct.
Huh. Says your mic is muted. Very strange. Somebody was raising their hand. Who's that? Oh.
Want me to go out and come back in?
Oh, cancel. Huh?
Want me to go out and come back in?
I might have to. Yeah. Hold on. Pink. Now let's see. Even my oh, there we go. My microphone's blinking green. Okay. Ooh.
Yeah, I was asking when did you come across this one, the Holy Sepulchre?
Oh, it was, I don't know, 3, 4, 5 years ago. I don't even remember how. Serendipity things.
Hey, do you know a gentleman named Eric Gonzalez?
Derek? Who, Derek?
Eric or Derek, one of the two. But
Yeah, I know Derek. What about him?
yeah, I saw him advertising you on his LinkedIn.
How was I advertised?
Something about knowing get all the information from SmokingBaby or something at SmokingBaby Telegram and regarding the IRS and taxes and stuff. Oh, W-4.
Yeah. Yep. On his Telegram or was it on Instagram or where?
It was on LinkedIn.
Oh, LinkedIn, huh? That's crazy. I haven't used my
Yeah, I was looking for
LinkedIn.
something else, and then all of a sudden that popped up, and then I think what was it I was looking for? But and then it popped up on the Google search, so I went and looked, and then all of a sudden I went to go read it, and then I scrolled down, and there was somebody else talking about jurisdiction or something, and then scrolled down further, then came Derek's page, and that's when he was talking about SmokingBaby at W-4 and IRS and taxes and
I
stuff.
didn't. He's advertising me. Huh, that's crazy. I'm not bothered.
I mean, it looked like a compliment to me. So I was like, "Oh man," I was like, "Yeah, I've heard of SmokingBaby." So I was like, "Okay." Oh, I was talking about that you had a class going on. The next one was going to be
Yeah,
in.
Derek did. Yeah, Derek did. We went over the consumer good registration of the automobile as a consumer good instead of default equipment. How to what? Are you hungry? Okay. The default equipment, which makes you subject to the driving statutes.
I have a question.
Okay.
It's in regard to the birth certificates. I just acquired
What?
5 of them. How many of them should
Nice.
I authenticate?
Depends on what you want to do with them. It's a warehouse receipt with a bill of exchange. I've heard. I haven't done it yet. Warehouse receipt. Yeah, you need a warehouse receipt with a bill of exchange.
So do all 5?
You don't have to. You don't have to get. All they just need is a birth certificate for the bill of exchange. You don't need it authenticated, from what I've heard. Doesn't hurt to get them authenticated at the state level.
It's easy for me to do it where I'm at. I'm in Philadelphia. In Pennsylvania, they do it right on the spot at the state capitol.
You can walk in there. You can.
Yeah, you can walk in and they do it right then and there.
Yeah, they're still terrified of people here in Arizona. You have to make an appointment. It's months out and blah blah blah. The people are pissed off because of the election. Secretary of State said that's probably why they're making everyone make appointments so you can get into the office so they know who you are coming into the office so that no one gets blasted for their scam Katie Hobbs pulled. Piece of shit she is. And her husband does all this transgender mutilation of kids. Katie Hobbs' husband. What are you guys doing? What?
Yeah, it's kind of terrible what they're doing with kids these days. You know, they shouldn't be getting in their mind. They should have a chance to actually figure out who they are.
Yeah, let them be confused. It's good for them. They earn it that way. Let them be confused.
Even the parents are pulling their kids out of school.
I deregister him. I went some to the prison training camp. No way. No way, no how. I was lucky I went to DOD schools. The DOD schools are good.
Yeah, even the funding for the schools is dropping.
Oh yeah. They were supposed to get rid of the Department of Education back when Reagan was there with Charlotte Iserbyt as the Department of Education secretary. And Reagan got shot. Didn't get rid of it. The dumbing down of America, Charlotte Iserbyt. She's brilliant. She died. She took the fucking jab. It's stupid. But she's a brilliant woman. There's YouTube's on her out there. Smart as a tack.
Yeah, I remember that Reagan shooting, that era. I was actually I seen it back then when they had that attack on him.
By Hinckley, who's friends with the Bushes and Bush family.
Yeah, they even go. The Bush family goes back to the John F. Kennedy era also.
Yeah. The book about Curious George is about George Bush the First. The guy who wrote it got shot down in Florida in his driveway mysteriously. The guy who wrote Curious George.
Now that is
What?
So that is very interesting. I didn't know that. I just remember when I was a kid, when those books came out, I used to love them, but I didn't know who that was actually about.
Yeah, he was. That was back when Tesla was over back in Germany, and his Jewish accountant was banging his assistant and outpup Georgie. His name is actually Shearer or something like that. And then he was brought over to the Bush family after World War II, made a Bush, and that's how Georgia was always into Tesla's lab, getting into things. That's why he's Curious George, because little Georgie was poking around Tesla's lab. Story goes.
That's weird how they put it in front of the public's face, and they had it in the schools talking about it and everything, but then you'd never guess that, that's what it was, referring to.
What's even more crazy? I used to call George H. Bush. I used to call him a monkey. I did before I even knew the story. Look at that monkey. He's a monkey. The Curious George book. He has no lips. George Bush has no lips. But he has really, 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 really deep blue eyes. I mean, piercing blue eyes.
Who was that? Wasn't it Trump's grandfather or his father is the one that got all of Tesla's equipment?
So story goes. Yep.
So these families are like pretty much tied together somehow. And
back to Charlemagne. Back to Charlemagne. And not Charlemagne, whatever that other guy, Charlemagne the whatever. What's his name, the black guy? Charlemagne of God, whatever. Oprah's friend.
all I can remember is Oprah's husband. I didn't really think she really had any friends because she was such a busy woman.
Such a bitch. Too busy trafficking kids for Weinstein.
That's the word.
But now she just got sick. She had to cancel things. I think she's toast. The new one doesn't look like her.
Yeah, I know. There's a lot of beans that are getting spilt with this this one really famous rapper Diddy. What's going on with him right now?
Sean Puffy Combs.
Yeah, even the Kardashians seem like they're going down for
Oh, the
whatever.
Kardashians took the jab to go on that red carpet, and they're all getting sick and dying. What? What is it with you?
Well, they can really hide it with the makeup, I tell you that.
Oh no, they were getting sick, and one of them has cancer.
Yeah, because right now their cheekbones are showing, and I'm not trying to follow it too much.
Oh.
There's a lot of drama that goes with it.
I see. He wants his cat doll. That's what's going on. That's what's. You want your doll. There you go. Yeah, this male cat isn't fixed. He was being all randy all the time, so I bought him a life-size plushy stuffed cat doll. And he likes to jump on it and molest it. Started getting credit card applications again. Now we get to W4 them. I'm pre-approved. Okay, I'll W4 that amount.
Yeah, even some of the banks are starting to close down.
Which ones? Smaller ones?
I think it would be the ones with the some of the corporate ones, not all of them, but so far there's like 63 of them across the U.S.
They make
Might have
lots of
credit.
profits. It's surprising.
Stadium?
They make lots of profits. It's surprising that they're closing down the way they are. I think they take like $1 million loan off people every year that have hold an account with them.
Some are having problems getting access to their account.
And
Yeah, I don't know.
FDIC insurance that goes along with it, so they're taking about $250,000 every single quarter.
That's the
Yeah, I
rumor.
heard something like that.
I just go ahead and assert it. I need to go back and hit Bank of America and Chase. Just to go ahead and insert it and ask them for their accounting. Otherwise, we'll go on my accounting. So I'm asserting that you're doing 250 every quarter after FDIC.
Yeah,
They
I
would
think
have
the
to come
third
back.
quarter, like
They would have to come back and make a affirmative statement that they're not, and then you can turn that over to the FDIC to see if they're lying. So I just presume they are, and they'll stipulate to my accounting that they're doing so. Because all the IRS needs is a stipulation. No proof, just a stipulation. That's why there's no subpoenas in the U.S. tax court. When I first was going there, I was trying to get a subpoena so I can get information. There isn't one. We just create our constructive documents. We construct them ourselves, make it a stipulation, and the IRS runs with that. We get to create our own records. If they have the records, I'll use theirs. Otherwise, I create my own and give the other party a chance to disclaim. Otherwise, they stipulate. And having already had an account with Chase Bank, I don't see why 3 days is not a sufficient amount of time to produce your records. Well, that's not the 21 days, not the 10 days. So I already have an account with them. They should have all the information right there, little fingertips. They're greasy little kid fucking fingertips. Chase Bank. They're garbage around here. Chase Bank here. Fucking garbage.
Dang, that bad, huh? Yeah.
Hmm? Well, they put incompetent people down at that level just to protect the higher ups. So you have doofus gatekeepers that don't know shit from Shinola. I've said it before. There's a website, TAXPROF, Tax Prof, and there's a article in there, The Perils of Stipulations. That's where I learned about stipulations with the IRS.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
But as you flip through that website, there's all kinds of topics in there, and even some places the judges will step in and tell the attorneys what's what and what's not, because they're tired of their bullshit fucking things up and causing the judge more pain. So he just goes in there and just writes up procedures in that taxprof.org, .com, .net. I don't remember. That's something you can do on a Saturday night when you're not going to the boot scoot boogie down the street. At the bottom of the page, there's always the next, previous, little buttons, arrows. You go from next topic to next topic to next topic. The perils
Yeah,
of
it'd be nice.
stipulations.
It'd be nice to see some of these courts closed down.
Why they're a bank. I intend to go in there, do a motion for a disputed ownership fund to create up, put in a $5 million bill of exchange to be held on account because I want to get a piece of property and bigger house. And since I haven't found the house or haven't gotten the house yet, or if I found the house, no, there's still a dispute, right? I don't have it yet. So we have a dispute right here to see who gets whatever portion of this $5 million. So I need a dispute ownership fund opening so I can lodge my BOE in there. That's what I'm. As soon as I get done with the stupid HOA thing. Fuck. It's dangerous to have too many things juggling around because something always falls through the crack. Remember 2 years ago? Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I didn't do that piece yet.
Yeah, good point.
Why haven't you done it yet? Because I have a million things sitting all over the place. But when it comes down to something happened with the estate, where the estate wasn't paying the monthly dues at this HOA, and then they moved to foreclose. They were $1,200. They say they were over $1,200 behind in arrears in their monthly dues, and they want to foreclose on the house. Actually, foreclose on the house for $1,200. And both the debt collector that the board hired abdicated. The board got this management company, and this management company is a debt collector is managing everything. The board doesn't do shit. But both this this management company, the CEO, the president, the sole member LLC. The guy has so many different titles. He can bid on it, and so can the board. So the board can unjustly enrich themselves by bidding on the houses that the board creates false accountings on to then come foreclose on the house and bid on the house. That's a conflict of interest. Holy crap. Insane. I'm going to say you did all these things bad, and then we're going to foreclose on your house and sell it, and we get to bid on it. So the people falsifying the record put a lien of foreclosure and then sell it. There's something I didn't know until I got involved in this bullshit. Supervisions. Go down, pay down, pay down. Let me see, where is it? Right here. This right here, I wasn't aware of this. When they first send you, let's say, the debt collector must provide the consumer with a quote unquote validation information in a quote unquote clear and conspicuous form in the initial communication within 5 days of the initial communication. And here's what they have to give you. It's much bigger. Here we go. Control copy. Put this in there. Think. What is this? Smoking Baby. Control V. That's interesting. So when they don't, it's a violation. $1,000. When they don't send you this verification within 5 days of sending you a debt collection notice. Regulation F. There's Regulation F, Regulation Z, TILA, and there's a Regulation X as well.
So Smoking Baby, hi. So this would apply to there's an attorney that didn't validate a debt and went ahead and filed a default judgment into the court, which now started a securities future. So this would apply to them to that as well, correct?
Now you could put in a motion for void judgment on the grounds they are in violation of FDCPA, CFPB.
All right, thank you.
I also finally found an example of what everyone talks about the FDCPA and $1,000 fines and blah, blah, blah. I finally found an example of what an FDCPA complaint looks like. I'll post it in here. Where is it? Typing complaint. Example complaint. Copy. Now we know how to frame it. Ding. And this came from the ftc.gov. Gave an example of how to do a complaint. Thank you, FCC. Really, there's provisions in the FTC, the SEC, regarding all this stuff, all this debt collection and yada yada.
I have another question. Could something like this be moved to probate court?
Depends on your probate rules.
Okay, so that would I need to check that. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. CFPB, come on. That's list of consumer reporting agencies. Give me the recent ones. I think this was a nice compendium. Let's see. No, well, that's kind of, it's not really what I wanted. Let's try another one. The collection rule. Another one. That one. You guys are getting free research.
Thank you.
There's a Home Mortgage Disclosure Act. Let's see. Copy link. Jovi. Guess that's what it is. FTCPA, shadow. No. Debt collector rule. OFAC. FDCPA. How about that one? Look. That's FTC again. Check out that one. Pleading tips with recently alleged violations. Make them weep. Take their money. some real good ones. Where would it be in here? Oh. Where's some more? Where's some more? Bing. Bum. Down here. See. Gonna find how to go open a new window. Oh, come on, you piece of shit. Ah. I wish I had Windows 95 again. It was more stable. Okay. Eight 805. That's it. Yeah, this is a good one. Flex. Control V. Enter. Title X. Escape. Control D. Bookmark them. Under CRA. Here's banking. Banking. CRA. Save. 6. Unfair and unconscionable means. Title 12. Oh. CFPB. Let me go back. Non-judicial action regarding property. False what? False, false, false. False and deceptive means. go. Even the FDIC gets involved in this.
SmokingBaby, when attorneys do this and violate the FDR Fair Debt Collections Practices Act, isn't this also an ethics violation?
Yes.
Okay, good, because I'm going that route. Thank you.
Yeah, they're wagering like everybody else. They won't know what to do.
Okay, thanks.
A really good one that spelled it all out really nice. Oh, I'll remember what tab it's in. Yeah, I'll remember. "20 tabs later, I'll open all over the place. Interactive Bureau regulations. Drop this in here. Control X. Control D. Equal credit home mortgage, electronic funds transfer, fair debt collection regulation.